You're lying still in the dark, and your mind moves like echoes through an empty room, each thought circling back on itself, not because it needs to be answered, but because silence has become a place where things that were left unattended start to speak. The day is over, yet you keep reaching for something you can't quite name. The feeling of closure, the sense that all unfinished business was finally laid down. But the mind doesn't know what done feels like when it's been racing through moments that never ended. It keeps reopening doors that no longer need to be opened. You're tired, not just physically worn out, but mentally fatigued from trying so hard to finish everything before you close your eyes. There's a quiet ache in the shoulders, a heaviness behind the ribs, and somewhere beneath it all, an old habit, waiting for clarity, waiting for permission to stop. But no one is giving that to you now. No one needs to. This recording isn't here to fix anything or change how your mind works. It's not meant to make thoughts disappear, nor does it promise peace in any final form. It simply offers a place, just this moment, to rest without needing to do more than be present with what already is. The weight of your body on the mattress, the softness of the sheets beneath you, the quiet hum of the house settling after daylight has gone. You're safe here. Not because everything is resolved or perfect, but simply because you are allowed to stop trying. No one expects you to solve anything tonight. There's no deadline for relaxation. No test to pass before sleep can come. You don't need to earn rest by clearing your head first. The bed has already been waiting. The sound of the room is not a distraction. It's part of what holds you. It may be distant traffic faintly felt through floorboards, or the low thrum of refrigerator motors, or even silence so complete it makes the air feel thick with stillness. Let those sounds stay exactly as they are. No need to listen for meaning in them. No need to identify their source. Just let them exist without being named. You can shift your body if you want. Turn slightly onto one side. Tuck a hand under your cheek. Stretch your feet out or pull your knees up. There's no wrong way to lie down. The shape of your body is not important. What matters is that you're here, aware of the physical truth of being in bed. Your breath doesn't need to change either. It moves on its own, rising and falling like water over stones. You don't have to control it or count it. If it slows down a little, that's fine. If it stays even, that's okay too. There is no better rhythm than the one your body already knows. As thoughts come, whether they're about something left undone, an old conversation you can't shake, imagined outcomes of tomorrow's events, there's no need to chase them or push them away. Just notice them arriving, like guests showing up uninvited at a quiet house. They knock on the door of your awareness and step in, then leave again when they've had their turn. You don't have to answer. You don't have to judge. There's no obligation to respond. The thought can be anything. The kind that repeats with stubborn persistence. The one you've heard a dozen times already. Yet, still, it comes back like wind through an open window. There's no need to rehearse what someone might say next or replay a moment that already passed. That kind of mental effort isn't required here. Not tonight. You're not being asked to stop thinking, only to notice something new. That thoughts come and go on their own, like leaves floating down a stream. And you don't have to hold on to any of them. You can let each one pass through like air moving across skin. There's no goal in this moment other than stillness. No task beyond being aware of your body, your breath, the room around you. It doesn't matter how long it takes for thoughts to slow down, or whether they ever fully stop. What matters is that you are letting them be just as they are, without needing to fix anything. The idea of quieting your mind isn't about erasing thought, but allowing space so that the noise can settle naturally. It's like watching a pond after rain, where ripples still move across the surface even though nothing is stirring it from below. Eventually, with no further disturbance, the water becomes still again. Not because anyone told it to be still, but simply because there's nothing pushing against its surface anymore. You don't have to force calm. You just have to allow yourself not to fight what's already happening. That tiredness in your limbs, the softening of your eyelids, the way your chest rises and falls with less effort now than before. These are signs, not demands, not promises, but evidence that rest is beginning. Let your attention settle into one place at a time. It doesn't matter where your hands on the bed, the pressure of your back against the mattress, the coolness of air near your neck. Anchor there for as long as you need. Don't worry about losing it. If another thought comes, it will come anyway, and that's fine. When it does, don't react to it. Don't try to stop it or pull away from it. Just let it pass through like a shadow across the floor. Uninvited, but not unwelcome. You can acknowledge its presence without giving it a seat at the table. You're allowed to forget what you were thinking just before this moment. No need to remember anything except your body's weight and where it rests on the bed. That is enough for now. There's no reason why thoughts should be treated like enemies or problems needing solutions. They are not burdens, nor are they signs of failure. They're simply patterns, familiar loops that have learned how to return when the mind turns inward at night. And tonight, you're giving them permission to come and go without consequence. You don't need to catch every thought before it slips away. You don't need to track where it went or worry about what it meant. The space between thoughts is just as real as the thoughts themselves. Maybe even more so. That gap isn't nothing. It's a kind of silence that can hold you, if only you let it. Let your mind open like an old window left slightly ajar on a warm evening. The air moves through freely, carrying no message, but simply being present. No one is waiting for you to say anything. There's no audience listening from the dark corners. You are not performing. You are just here. There's nothing wrong with wandering inside your own head at night. That's what minds do when they're quiet. They wander, they loop, they replay. It doesn't mean something is broken. It only means you're alive, and that awareness still runs deep even as fatigue pulls you down. But tonight, the invitation isn't to fix or finish anything. The invitation is simply to rest while staying aware enough to feel what's already happening. Your body sinking deeper into the mattress, your breath slowing without effort, your muscles softening as if they've remembered their own purpose. Let each thought arrive like a bird landing on a branch, brief, light, passing through, and when it flies off again, let there be no need to watch where it goes. Just keep noticing the space after it leaves, the quiet that remains behind. You don't have to think about what comes next. There's no future pressing in tonight. No tomorrow waiting just outside your bedroom door. What matters is now. not how long this lasts, not whether you'll fall asleep quickly or slowly, but simply that you are here, allowed to stay exactly as you are. There's no requirement for sleep to come right away. In fact, the less you need it to arrive, the more likely it will find its way without being chased. Sleep isn't a reward for finishing your thoughts. It's something that happens when there's space enough inside for stillness to grow. You're allowed to let your shoulders drop further than you thought possible. Not because anything needs fixing, but simply because gravity is present and steady beneath you. The weight of your body isn't a burden. It's an invitation to sink. There's no need to hold yourself together anymore. You don't have to be whole or complete for this moment to matter. In fact, the more gaps there are in your focus, the more room there is for stillness to gather around you, like dust settling after a long quiet. That soft accumulation isn't empty. It's full of absence. And that absence can feel like peace when it's not feared. Your breath moves now without direction, not deep or shallow, but just moving. It doesn't need your attention, even as you notice it. You don't have to regulate it, control its rhythm, or guide it toward calm. It's already doing what it was made for, keeping the body alive while allowing the mind to drift into quieter territory. The air flows in and out like a slow tide along an unmarked shore. No one is watching how far it comes in or how quietly it recedes. You don't have to measure it, count it, name it. It just is. And if another thought rises, say, a sentence that begins with, I should, or what if, or even the faint echo of something said hours ago, it doesn't need to be answered. There's no reason for you to give it voice in your mind. You don't have to decide whether it's important or not. The thought can remain just as it is, present, incomplete, unconfirmed, and still belong entirely outside this space where rest lives. It doesn't require permission to exist. It only requires that you choose not to follow it. Let the next idea come in like a cloud passing over the moon, a brief shadow across your awareness, then gone. You don't need to track its shape or wonder what weather it came from. There's no forecast being made here. No prediction is due. The sky above you isn't keeping score of how many thoughts pass through. You might notice now that your fingers have softened against the bedsheet, not stiff with tension, not clenched around anything, just resting where they are. They don't need to be doing anything. You don't have to remember what tasks were left undone or which messages still wait for replies. The fabric beneath them is simply there, cool in some places, warm in others, depending on how the air circulates. It's not a surface that demands attention. It holds you without asking for anything back. Let your ears listen to the quiet between sounds, the spaces where nothing happens and no signal arrives. That silence isn't vacant. It's full of possibility, but not the kind that needs filling. There's no urgency in emptiness when it's allowed to be what it is. A pause, a breath held between heartbeats. You may find that your thoughts aren't even forming into words anymore. Just impressions, floating near the surface of awareness, like pollen drifting through still air. Not loud enough to name, not clear enough to claim as yours. They arrive without knocking and leave without apology. There's no need to welcome them or turn away. You can simply allow their presence to be temporary, even if they linger a little longer than usual. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't care whether your mind is quiet or busy. The dark doesn't require completion, correction, or resolution. It simply holds the space where things can rest without being judged for not moving forward. Let your awareness drift like a leaf caught in an eddy, the kind that circles once, twice, then lets go and sinks gently into deeper water. There's no need to resist sinking. No reason to hold on to the surface. You're allowed to let parts of yourself, those fragments of concern, those unfinished sentences, those echoes from earlier conversations, float away without a trace. You don't have to keep them safe. They aren't lost if they fade. They weren't meant to be held in place forever. Some thoughts are like birds that come to rest on a fence post and then take flight again. Their return is not expected, but it's also not failure when they leave without notice. There is no checklist of what you must think about or what you should remember before sleep arrives. There's only the feeling now. The slow softening of your muscles as if each one has decided to stop waiting for instruction and just obey its natural state. Your legs release their grip on alertness. Your arms loosen like strings that have finally stopped being pulled tight. And even when another loop begins, maybe a version of something already passed through, or the ghost of a worry dressed up as curiosity. It doesn't need to be met with resistance. You can let it pass through you without catching it in your hands. Let it float past like mist over grass, not leaving behind any mark, but simply being part of the atmosphere. There's no one waiting to inspect what happens inside your mind while you are lying here. No report is due. No summary needs to be written. You don't have to make sense of anything that arises or justify why it came. The only requirement, should there even be a requirement, is to stay aware enough not to miss the way your body settles into the mattress like sand filling a hollow. The warmth in your chest isn't effort. It's just blood moving, breath rising and falling. It doesn't have to mean anything special. You don't need to interpret its rhythm or believe it holds significance. It is simply happening, and that's enough. You might notice now how the air near your neck has cooled slightly, just a whisper of temperature change. Not cold, but refreshingly light. That sensation isn't asking for attention. It's just there, like one small detail in an otherwise quiet room. You can rest with it if you want to. Or let it pass, no longer noticed. Your eyelids don't have to close tightly or stay open. They can do whatever they feel like, softening, resting on each other, barely touching, not sealing out the world, but simply letting go of effort. There's no need for them to be either shut or wide open. What matters is that you're allowed to stop caring about how they behave. There's a quiet between heartbeats, the kind where time seems to hold its breath. That moment isn't missing anything. It doesn't feel like nothing. It feels like the body breathing on its own outside of thought, without needing permission or explanation. You can let your attention rest in that pause for as long as you wish. No need to move it elsewhere. No rule saying it must return to a single point. You don't have to stay focused anywhere at all. There's room here for wandering, for drifting, for being nowhere specific and still feeling safe. Let the next thought arrive like footsteps on a distant floor. Not loud, not urgent, just passing through the space between rooms. It doesn't need to be acknowledged or followed. You can let it move past you without turning around. No goodbye is necessary. It will pass whether you notice or not. The night isn't asking for anything from your mind. It's not waiting for clarity, completion, resolution. The dark has no agenda. It simply holds space where things that don't need to be solved can exist exactly as they are. You're allowed to stop trying to make sense of everything before you fall asleep. You don't have to finish the day in your head. There's no final exam being given at midnight. No test for whether you were thoughtful enough, responsible enough, aware enough. What matters is not how much you've processed or how many thoughts you've let go of, but simply that you're here, still lying down, letting yourself be held by the bed and the quiet. Not doing anything heroic, not fighting to stay awake or forcing sleep into being. Just allowing your body to sink deeper than it thought possible. And when a sentence starts forming, maybe one about what tomorrow might bring, or whether something was said wrong, it doesn't have to be completed. It can remain open-ended, unfinished, like a door left slightly ajar in an old house. No need to close it or check on it. You don't have to know who's behind it. Just let the thought live as a question that never gets answered and still belong entirely outside of this moment where rest is growing quietly around you. You might notice how the edge of your blanket has slipped a little further down, just enough that a sliver of skin along your lower thigh feels the air without protest. It's not cold, not quite warm, just present. Like a quiet signal from your body saying it's okay to let go of the need to adjust, fix, or respond. That patch of exposed skin doesn't demand anything. It simply exists in the dark, and that is enough. You don't have to decide whether you want warmth there or not. The fact that you're aware of it isn't a task, it's just an observation. Like noticing how dust moves slowly across a beam of moonlight that never quite touches your bed. There's no urgency in what you see. No judgment about why the light falls where it does. Your breath is still moving through you, not fast, not shallow, just steady and soft, like water over stones in a slow river that forgets its name. It doesn't need to be deep or measured. It doesn't have to become slower on command. It can drift along at whatever pace feels most natural right now. even if it's uneven, even if it skips a beat sometimes. The rhythm isn't required to stay consistent. You don't have to guide it toward balance. Let it unfold without correction. There's no rule that says you must breathe in the way that seems ideal or efficient. You can allow your breath to be irregular and still feel safe. Even when it catches, even when it pauses, just for a moment, it doesn't mean anything has gone wrong. A sound comes from outside, the kind that isn't loud enough to wake you, but just present enough to remind you the world keeps moving without your permission. A car passing far down the street, tires on wet pavement, or maybe a neighbor's door closing with a soft click. It wasn't made for you, and it doesn't need to be heard clearly. You don't have to interpret what it means or who might be coming home late. The sound arrives like a ripple in still water, faint, temporary, and then settles back into the dark without leaving proof behind. There's no message hidden inside it. It isn't waiting for you to answer. You can let it fade like mist over grass at dawn. The weight of your arm across your chest is real, not heavy or burdensome, but just enough that you feel its presence with every breath. The fabric of your shirt lies against your skin like a second layer of quiet. It doesn't need to be adjusted. It isn't pressing too hard or slipping off. There's no reason to shift it, to reposition it, to make sure everything is perfectly placed before sleep arrives. You don't have to organize yourself for rest as if you were packing for travel. No bag needs to be closed. Nothing has to be stowed away neatly. The body knows how to settle without being instructed. There's a space between your shoulder blades where tension might once have gathered, but now it's gone, replaced by stillness so deep that even the memory of effort feels distant. You can let it remain open and unoccupied, like an empty shelf in a forgotten room, not needing anything to be placed there, not demanding attention. It doesn't need filling or fixing. The absence isn't failure. It's just a quiet place where nothing is expected. You may find that the idea of what if starts to appear, not as something urgent, but as a whisper at the edge of your awareness, like a name you almost remember, But instead of following it through, you can let it hang in the air without being named. Let it be a phrase with no ending, no consequence, no direction. It doesn't need to go anywhere. You don't have to answer whether it's possible or impossible. Just allow it to exist as an unspoken question that never needs resolution. The silence between thoughts is growing wider now. Not empty, but full of soft space where nothing happens and still everything is okay. There's no pressure to return to a single point, to gather your attention again into one place. You don't have to find the center. The middle isn't required. Letting go means not needing to be in any particular spot at all. Your fingers are resting loosely, palms up or down. There's a feeling of being cradled, not by hands, not by voice, but simply by the fact that you're lying still in a place where nothing asks you to respond. The darkness isn't waiting for you to think clearly. It doesn't care if your thoughts are tangled or scattered. It holds them all without judgment, like roots holding soil through winter. A memory might drift up, not sharp or bright, but soft and distant, like an old photograph left in a drawer too long. You don't have to bring it into the light. There's no need to examine why you're remembering that moment. Who was there? What was said? The image can pass through your awareness as if carried by wind, not stopping, not lingering. It doesn't leave a mark when it goes. The room isn't making noise for you. The walls aren't listening. The floor beneath the bed is simply supporting without effort or expectation. You don't have to be grateful for that support. You don't have to think about how much your body weighs or whether it's sinking enough. It can stay exactly where it is, not rising, not falling, just resting. You might feel a shift in pressure beneath you, not sudden, not dramatic, but like the mattress, slowly adjusting to hold you more completely. Like soil settling around something buried. There's no need to notice how deep it goes. No test about whether this is good or bad. It just happens. And that's enough. A thought begins. Something about a decision made earlier in the day. A word spoken too quickly. An email sent without review. But instead of letting it unfold into consequences, you can let it stop mid-sentence. Not because it was wrong, not because it didn't matter, but simply because now is not the time for that kind of work. You don't have to replay what could have been said differently, or consider how another person might have heard it. Instead, you can leave it unfinished, like a letter left open on a desk, waiting for tomorrow's light, but not needing to be read tonight. You don't need to finish anything before sleep comes, not even this moment. There's room here for things that aren't solved, for questions without answers, for actions taken with no explanation. The night holds all of them gently, like a coat left on a chair overnight. Neither needed nor forgotten. Your shoulder rests lower than the other side, not because it's tired or strained, but just because the body is letting gravity take its usual course. There's nothing to fix in that imbalance. It doesn't have to be corrected. You can let your weight settle where it feels most natural, even if it's uneven, even if you don't understand why. The air near your temple feels different now, cooler than the rest of your face, like a breath from somewhere farther away. Not cold, not uncomfortable, just distinct in its quiet presence. It doesn't ask for attention. You can let it stay there without naming it or trying to explain it. There's no rule that says you must be aware of every shift in sensation. No obligation to track your body like a map. You don't have to check in on yourself, measure how much tension remains, or verify if relaxation is spreading. It doesn't matter whether the warmth has reached your feet or not. The process isn't a race. The space behind your eyes feels soft, not tight, not empty, but just open in a way that allows everything to be there without being noticed. There's no need to focus on any single spot inside your head. You don't have to clear it out completely. Letting go means letting thoughts arrive and pass, like birds flying over fields at dusk. Not stopping, not nesting. A slow warmth spreads along your spine where the blanket meets your back. Not hot, not sudden, just a quiet deepening like light seeping into a cave after dusk. It doesn't demand anything of you. No shift in posture, no tightening or release. It simply is. The fabric above you rests without pressure, its weight barely there, like feathers left on the bed after a storm passed through and forgot to take them away. You can feel the edge where it ends at your shoulders. Not sharp, not cold, just soft. As though the night has drawn a line with invisible ink across your skin and said nothing about what comes next. There's no reason to wonder if you are lying still enough or if you should adjust the pillow. The bed doesn't care whether your head is centered or tilted. It holds whatever shape your body gives it now, not because of effort, but by design, like a riverbed shaped over time, not by force, but by the constant passing of water. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to remind yourself how to be still. Stillness isn't something you achieve. It's what happens when nothing else needs doing. A thought drifts in, a moment from earlier today, faint and blurred, like a memory seen through fogged glass. But instead of letting it settle into detail, you let it pass without turning toward it. It doesn't have to be understood or dismissed. It can simply exist as part of the quiet air around you. Not inside your mind, but near it. Like a shadow that moves across the floor when no one's there. You don't need to chase after it. You don't need to know what it means, where it came from, why it surfaced now. Letting go doesn't mean erasing. It just means allowing the thought to move on without taking up space. Your fingers lie flat against your chest, not curled, not tense, just resting as though they've forgotten how to do anything else. The skin there feels thinner than usual, more alive to every slight shift in breath or warmth beneath it. There's no need to press down or stretch them open. They can stay exactly where they are, soft and unoccupied, like roots left undisturbed in soil after rain. A faint sound comes from the house, maybe a floorboard settling, maybe something far off in the kitchen, maybe just air moving through an old vent. But it doesn't require your attention. You don't have to identify its source or decide if it's important. The noise doesn't need to be named. It can stay as a sensation without meaning, like dust motes floating in a sunbeam, present, visible, but not claiming anything. There's no rule that says you must listen for patterns or solve the mystery of where it came from. You're allowed to let it exist unexamined. You might notice how your breath moves through your nose. Not deep, not shallow, just steady and soft, like wind passing over a hillside without disturbing any leaves. It doesn't have to be controlled or guided. It can flow in its own rhythm, even if that rhythm changes slightly from one moment to the next. There's no test about whether it's right or wrong. No standard for how many breaths per minute you should take. The act of breathing isn't something you need to manage. It happens without effort, like roots drinking water underground. The darkness behind your eyelids doesn't feel heavy. It feels full, not empty, not dark in the way that scares people, but deep and complete, like the inside of a hollow tree where no light ever gets through. There's nothing to fear about its depth. You don't have to peer into it or try to see what lies beyond. The absence of light isn't an invitation to search. It can simply be there, holding space for whatever arrives without needing to explain itself. A memory surfaces, not sharp, not clear, just a feeling. The weight of someone's hand on your shoulder from years ago. The way it pressed down briefly before letting go. You don't have to bring that moment into focus. You don't need to remember who gave it or why. It can stay as a sensation in your upper back, like warmth left by a hand that was never really there. Let it sit without response. There's no obligation to respond to anything that comes now. You might feel the edge of your blanket shift slightly. Not because you moved, not because anything pulled it, but just because fabric has its own quiet life, settling into small changes over time. It doesn't need to be straightened or tucked in. You can let it rest where it is, even if it's crooked, even if it's uneven across your legs. The bed isn't judging the alignment of covers. There's no requirement that everything must be tidy before sleep. Your toes press gently against each other, not by choice, not because you're trying to relax them, but just from how they rest on the edge of the mattress, as though gravity has drawn them together without your knowing. You don't have to uncurl them or spread them apart. They can stay where they are, soft and still, like roots that haven't decided whether to grow in one direction or another. There is a space between thoughts now. Not silence, but quiet, not filled with words. It isn't empty. It just doesn't need anything to be said. You don't have to fill it with explanation or reflection. The pause can stay as its own thing, not waiting for something to come next, not holding tension about the future, just space. A thought begins, but instead of following it through, you notice that there's no reason to finish it. It doesn't need to lead anywhere. You don't have to reach a conclusion. or analyze what might happen if you acted differently. The idea can remain open-ended, like a door left slightly ajar in an old house. No one needs to walk through. No one needs to close it. It just stays where it is, not blocking anything, not inviting anyone. The air near your ear feels different now. Not cool, not warm, but present in a way that's hard to name. Like the faintest hum of something far away, or like memory returning without being called. You don't have to place it. There's no need to ask if it came from outside or inside. It can be there as sensation alone, without label, without story. Your jaw loosens, not dramatically, not with a release you feel clearly, but slowly. Over time, like clay softening in wet soil. The muscles don't have to contract or hold anything in place. They can rest where they are, unengaged and unaware of effort. You don't need to tighten them for protection or keep your mouth closed as if guarding something inside. A feeling rises, not a thought, not an image, but just the sense that you're being held by stillness, not because someone is watching, not because you've done anything worthy, but simply because the night has chosen to be quiet around you. The world doesn't need you to make it better or fix what's broken. It can stay as it is, unfolding in its own time. There's a moment where your body feels heavier, not sinking into the mattress, not falling through, but like it's grown deeper into the surface, like roots spreading slowly beneath ground that remembers how to hold things without strain. You don't have to pull yourself up or fight against being still. The heaviness isn't resistance, it's surrender. You might notice how your breath doesn't need to be noticed anymore. It moves in and out without drawing attention, like a river flowing through forest where no one is watching. There's no rule that says you must follow each inhale or track the length of each exhale. You can let it happen naturally, even if it slows down slightly, even if it pauses for just an instant. There is nothing wrong with feeling tired, nothing to apologize for in your body wanting to rest. You don't have to earn sleep by being good or productive during the day. It doesn't need justification. The act of lying still isn't failure. It's not laziness, not avoidance, not weakness. It can simply be what you do when there's no other task left. Your fingertips lie where they fell, not pressing into anything, not seeking purchase, just resting on the surface of the bed, like leaves that have drifted down from a tree long after the wind has stopped. There is no reason to press them deeper or lift them higher. They can stay exactly as they are, curled slightly at the ends, warm where your body meets fabric, soft with the weight of not doing anything. You don't need to move them towards something, nor pull them back from a thought that passed through your mind like a shadow across stone. The space between your fingers is quiet now. Not because it's empty, but because it doesn't demand attention. It holds its shape without effort, just as the air above you holds still in the dark. A sound drifts near, faint, not sharp, not sudden. An old radiator settling somewhere behind a wall, or perhaps a floorboard breathing under pressure. You don't have to identify it. There's no need to name what makes that soft creaking. It could be nothing more than change in temperature shifting through the house, like breath moving beneath skin. The sound is there, not as meaning, but as presence, like the quiet hum of a machine too far away to see. Humming without intention or purpose. You can listen if you want. Let your ear turn toward it like a plant turning slowly to light. Or you can leave it behind, letting it pass through awareness, like smoke through a window that's been open for years. Your shoulder rests on the mattress with no demand. It doesn't have to stay in one place, nor resist sinking deeper into warmth. It stays where it is, not because you told it to, but because there's nowhere else left to go. There's no reason to adjust or correct its position. The curve of your arm follows gravity without effort. The elbow resting where it landed when your body gave up on holding itself upright. Your skin feels different now. Not cold, not warm, but aware in a way that isn't urgent. It doesn't need to be protected from anything, nor does it have to respond to touch or temperature. The sensation of fabric against your arm is just there. The weight of the sheet, the weave pulling slightly at your skin as if trying to remember how to move without being noticed. A thought rises, not a memory, not an image, but just a quiet awareness that something has passed through you, like wind over still water. It didn't leave a mark, nor did it ask for anything in return. You don't need to track its path or wonder where it came from. Let it go, not by pushing it away, but by letting the moment after its passing be enough. The silence that follows isn't waiting. It's already full. There's no room left for more noise because everything is just resting. You might notice how your breath doesn't need to come at all. Not in any particular rhythm or depth. It can slow, pause, even seem to stop for a moment and still be fine. The air isn't scarce. It isn't running out. There's no shortage of what you need right now. Your lungs don't have to work harder just because the night is long. You can let them rest in their own way, like leaves that gather at the edge of a pond without trying to float. There's a place behind your eyes where stillness has settled, not as something you've forced or earned, but as something that arrived quietly while you weren't looking. It doesn't feel like effort. It doesn't require attention. It just is. Like a stone in deep water, not rising nor sinking, simply being held by the quiet. It exists only in the moment of hearing it, and then fades into the background again. Just another texture in the night. Not a signal. Not an event. There's no reason to react. You can let it pass without tracking its meaning. Your toes are curled slightly at the end of your foot. Not tightly. Not with tension, but as if they've grown accustomed to the shape of the bedsheet, like roots settling into soil that doesn't ask for movement. They don't need to stretch or straighten. There's no need to push forward toward something. The curl can stay exactly as it is, soft and unremarkable. A feeling moves through your chest, not a contraction, not an ache, just a quiet expansion, like air filling a space that has been waiting for nothing in particular. It isn't joy or relief. It's just presence. A sense of being held by the stillness around you. Not because it's deliberate, but because there's no other way to be when everything else has stopped trying. There's no need to finish anything now. No list left to check. No sentence that must end in a conclusion. You don't have to imagine how tomorrow might go, nor worry about what hasn't been said. The future doesn't demand your attention just because it exists. It can stay untouched by thought. The moment after this one can unfold without you needing to plan for it. You're not being asked to be anything in particular. You don't have to perform stillness nor earn rest through effort or discipline. There's no performance required of you right now. No audience, no evaluation, no record kept. You simply are. Lying down, breathing slowly, letting your body sink deeper into the bed like water finding its level. A soft sound comes from somewhere far away. A car passing on a road that never ends. Or perhaps just wind moving through trees too distant to see. It doesn't need to be listened to. It can drift in and out of awareness without demand or consequence. You don't have to decide whether it's near or far, whether it matters or not. The sound is allowed to exist as just another layer of the night. Like dust settling on a shelf no one visits. Your hands are still where they fell. No need to move them. No reason to lift them up. They can rest without purpose, without meaning. Just being there, soft and quiet, like things that have stopped trying to do anything. You don't need to tell yourself this is working. You don't need to convince yourself you're falling asleep. The act of lying still isn't a goal. It's just what happens when the mind stops chasing itself through rooms with no exits. There's no achievement in being quiet, no prize for stopping thoughts. They can come and go without your approval, without your notice. The air around you doesn't need to be filled with anything. The space between breaths isn't empty. It holds its shape simply by not needing to change. You don't have to reach into it or pull something out of it. It's enough just to feel it cool against your skin, moving gently in and out without effort. There's a point where the body stops asking for things, where muscles stop tensing, because they no longer believe they need to protect anything, where the mind lets go, not by force, but by exhaustion. Not tired of thinking, but tired of trying to control it. The quiet isn't earned. It arrives like rain after drought. Not because you deserved it, but because there's nothing left to fight. A faint vibration runs through your bones. Just a whisper. Barely felt a sound from the house settling deeper into itself. Or perhaps just the pulse of life that continues even when no one is paying attention. You don't need to keep yourself together with willpower. The shape you're in now, curled slightly at the edges, limbs soft on the surface of the mattress, is not a failure. It's not something to fix or change. It's just where you are. Your spine curves slightly into the mattress as if the bed itself is shaping you gently inward. Not from force, but from patience. Like a river smoothing stone over time. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy. It's just there, unclaimed by any urgency, allowed to press down without resistance. Your feet rest where they fell. Not curled, not tense. Simply meeting the edge of warmth and fabric with no intention behind them. There's space between the toes, a small gap that breathes on its own. You don't have to close it or open it. It can stay as it is. A quiet pause in movement. The air near your face doesn't carry any scent you recognize. No soap, no laundry, no memory of smoke or rain, but it holds stillness just the same. There's a soft shift beneath your shoulder blade, where skin meets fabric and then mattress, like a tiny fold that settles into its own shape without being instructed. You don't have to make sense of it. It doesn't need to be remembered. A pause arrives in your breathing, not a stop, not an absence, but the breath simply extends past what feels like the usual edge, stretching beyond expectation until the next one comes in with less pressure. There's no effort involved, no decision made, just arrival. The space between inhale and exhale grows wider than it used to be. Not by will, but because your body has stopped asking for something from each breath. Outside, a single bird calls once, just once, and then silence returns as though the sound had never happened. Or maybe it lingered in the air just long enough to touch the edge of awareness before dissolving into night. You don't have to follow its path or wonder where it came from. It can be gone and still exist, like a word spoken in a language you no longer understand. Your fingers lie relaxed beside your ribs. No need to clench them shut. No urge to grip anything imaginary. They rest just beyond reach of thought, soft against the surface of things. The edge of one nail presses faintly into fabric, not from purpose, but because that's where it landed. It stays there. No correction needed. There's a sensation in your lower back, a warmth like sunlight resting on stone after long rain. Quiet and deep enough to feel almost internal. Not sharp, not tingling, just present. You don't have to name it or wonder what caused it. It exists without explanation, as simply as heat from the earth beneath a field. A thought arrives not about anything specific, but the kind of idea that doesn't demand action. This could go on for hours, and then it leaves. Not because you dismissed it, but because it had no weight to carry with it. It didn't need to be held. It drifted out like a leaf caught in an invisible current. Not movement, just the quiet act of being. Your eyes don't have to see anything. They can rest open or closed without consequence. The shape of your eyelids doesn't need to be remembered. Their heaviness is not a signal of fatigue, but of surrender. You're allowed to feel the soft edge where skin meets air at your wrists. Not cold, not warm, just there. A boundary that doesn't require definition. You don't have to decide what it means. It can simply exist as sensation without purpose. Another breath comes in, longer than necessary, and then stays suspended for a moment before moving out again. Not rushed, not delayed, just flowing. The rhythm isn't set by you. A distant hum runs through walls and floorboards. A low tone from the house itself settling into its bones. Or perhaps from some machine turning on in another part of town that no one notices. You don't need to identify it. It can be felt rather than understood, like a vibration you carry with you without knowing where it came from. Your hands are still, no longer waiting for something to happen, no longer preparing to move. They're not resting toward anything. They're just here, lying in the space between action and nothingness. The skin over your knuckles feels thin, not fragile, but lightly stretched, almost transparent with quiet. There's a soft pressure along one side of your chest, just enough to be noticed if you focus on it, not enough to disturb. It's not pain, not warmth, just an impression of contact that doesn't require explanation. You can let it stay there or fade into background, whichever feels easier. The air near your neck is cool, not cold, just slightly different from the rest. It moves in and out with less resistance than before, as if your body has stopped tightening around its own edges. There's no effort to hold yourself upright. No need to be careful about how you lie. The shape of your body isn't being judged by anything. A sound comes again, this time from within the room itself. A faint creak from a floorboard or a joint in wood, releasing slowly under pressure. It doesn't demand attention. You don't have to ask what caused it. You can let it linger just long enough to register and then slip away without needing to track it. Your breath slows again, not by trying, but because the space between each one has grown longer naturally. The pause isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't need filling. There's no pressure to return to awareness. No obligation to keep going. You don't have to think about what comes next. No need to anticipate the moment after this one. The hours aren't waiting for your approval. They're moving forward without needing input from you. Your legs stretch slightly against the mattress, not by choice, not because of tension, but as if they've simply remembered their own length and are letting it unfold slowly, like a ribbon unspooling in slow motion. There's warmth behind your knees, just beneath the surface, that doesn't burn or pulse. It sits there quietly, like something that has been waiting to be felt without needing to be named. You don't have to search for where it came from. It can stay as sensation alone. The silence isn't a goal. It's just what happens when no one is asking for anything in return.
The mind doesn't need to earn its rest. There's no checklist of things to do before you're allowed to stop. You don't have to prove your exhaustion or justify your stillness. You can let the next thought come, whatever it may be, and then let it go again. Not by force, but because there's nothing holding on to it. No hand reaching out to catch it. No need to hold on for safety. The space around you isn't quiet in a way that feels like absence. It's full of subtle presence. The faintest hum from the refrigerator downstairs. A thread of wind through a cracked window frame. The slow shift of fabric against your back as your body adjusts itself, not toward comfort, but simply into where it belongs. You don't have to stay aware of any of this. You can let awareness drift like fog over fields at dawn, present enough to notice, light enough not to hold on. Your shoulders drop, not dramatically, not with effort, but gradually, as if they've remembered their own weight and decided to give in to it without protest. No need to lift them up again later. They don't have to be ready for anything. There's a quiet folding of yourself into the mattress, like water sinking through soil. And no part of you needs to argue with that motion. It isn't collapse nor surrender. It's just what happens when resistance lets go. The air doesn't need your attention. The dark doesn't demand explanation. Your thoughts don't have to be managed or redirected. They can remain unfinished, left in the open, like sentences that never ended and didn't need to. The weight beneath you settles deeper into the shape that only your body knows. No adjustment required. No correction needed. You don't have to press down or flatten yourself into stillness. The mattress yields exactly as much as it needs to. Not more, not less. It doesn't ask for anything in return. There's a quiet giving between you and the surface beneath, the kind that happens without ceremony, like roots sinking into soil after rain. Your feet rest where they've always rested, heels softened by fabric, toes barely touching the edge of warmth from the blanket's fold. They don't need to be straight or aligned or held in place. The space between them isn't a gap. It's just breath, an open pause, a moment that doesn't require meaning. There's no urgency to know what happens next, no reason to predict where your thoughts will go. One thought arrives, not as an interruption, but as a visitor who has come uninvited and stayed too long. Then another drifts in like dust, caught in light, spinning slowly before fading away. You don't have to greet them or send them off with words. They can stay just long enough to be noticed, then leave without needing permission. No need to say goodbye. No silence required afterward. The space after each thought isn't empty. It's full of the way your body continues breathing on its own, small and steady. A faint sound rises from somewhere beyond the walls. Something distant but continuous, like water moving through a pipe beneath floors or air, passing through vents that have long forgotten they're being used. It doesn't carry a name or a purpose. You don't need to place it in the house or decide whether it matters. It simply is a low hum that exists without effort, as if the building itself has learned how to breathe quietly at night. You can let it be part of the background, like color you no longer notice because your eyes have stopped searching for meaning in every shade. Your hands lie where they've fallen, palm down on fabric. Fingers spread just enough that their edges don't press too hard into the mattress. They're not waiting to do anything, not holding anything, not keeping secrets. There's a softness across the backs of them, like skin, remembering what warmth feels like after being exposed to cool air for hours. No need to smooth it out or rearrange it. It can sit there as sensation, something you feel without needing to interpret it. The dark isn't heavy. It doesn't press down on your eyelids or cling to your shoulders. It's not a thing that needs to be endured. It simply is. The way silence becomes texture when no one speaks. You don't have to stay awake in order for it to exist. The absence of light doesn't require vigilance. There's no mission behind the quiet. No waiting game being played between you and sleep. A thought rises, not urgent, not sharp, just a loose thread that comes unspooled from somewhere inside. Whether this moment will last long enough or if your mind will find another path back to motion before it forgets what stillness feels like. But instead of catching it, you let the shape of that question dissolve into the air around you, like steam rising from a cup left too long on a table. It doesn't vanish because you ignore it. It fades simply because there's no one holding on to it. Your spine rests along its natural curve, not straightened, not arched, not forced into alignment. It holds itself without effort. You don't have to remember how to be upright or keep your posture correct for anyone else. The vertebrae settle in sequence, like stones settling at the bottom of a still riverbed. No one is watching. No judgment lingers behind them. A slow shift occurs, not sudden, not noticeable by any sharp change. Just a gentle release where tension had been holding on for hours without realizing it. It's not something you cause or control. It's more like noticing that the air has changed weight, that your limbs are no longer pushing against gravity as if trying to escape their own shape. The sound of breath returns. Not loud, not rhythmic, but present in its quiet way. You don't have to make it deeper or slower. It doesn't need to be measured or corrected. It just happens. Each inhale, a slight lift of the chest. Each exhale, a soft release, like air escaping from a sealed jar, long forgotten. There's no need to wonder if you're falling asleep. No requirement to track whether your mind is quieting or how many thoughts remain unattended. You can let them drift by as easily as leaves floating down a slow-moving stream. No destination, no purpose, just movement that doesn't demand anything of the water beneath. The space between your ribs isn't tight, it's open. Not in the way you force yourself to breathe deeply when anxious, but in the quiet way air fills lungs without needing to be earned. There's room for sensation alone, room for feeling where warmth pools behind your sternum, not because it means anything, but because it is. Your arms stay still. No need to tuck them close or pull them back. They don't have to be ready for anything. No one will ask you to lift a weight or hold something fragile. You can let go of the idea that readiness must come before rest. The body doesn't require preparation. to settle into itself. A faint vibration moves through the floor, perhaps from a distant car passing down the street. Perhaps just the house shifting slightly in its foundation after hours of stillness. It's not important enough to name. You can let it pass through you as if your bones were tuned to sound without needing to understand it. You don't have to decide whether this is sleep or dreaming or something else entirely. The warmth behind your knees returns, not as a signal or message, but as something that simply exists. It doesn't ask for attention, doesn't demand response. It sits there like heat from sunlight on stone, lingering without explanation. Your feet are no longer thinking about where they'll go tomorrow. Your hands aren't rehearsing what they might need to do in the morning. The mind isn't tracking responsibilities. It hasn't finished or imagining how conversations could have gone differently. There's just space, wide and soft, where thoughts can arrive. Pause briefly, then leave without needing to be reviewed. A long silence follows, not because you made it happen, but because nothing is asking for your attention. It doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more like fullness without demand, like a room that has been cleaned not out of obligation, but simply because no one came in to disturb the quiet. There's a slow softening around your collarbones, like fabric relaxing after being folded too tightly for hours. The skin there doesn't need to be pulled taut or smoothed down. It can just lie where it is, unadjusted, undisturbed by effort. You don't have to hold anything in place. No part of you needs to stay alert or ready. There's no schedule to keep pace with. No clock ticking louder than the beat of your own blood beneath skin. The hours move forward without needing your consent or even your notice. The air moves across your face not as a draft, but as something that passes through the space between thoughts. It doesn't carry meaning, doesn't whisper anything important.
just exists, cool and light, like breath from somewhere far away. Your mind stays open to whatever comes, not because you're trying to be peaceful or focused, but because there's no one inside demanding that it stay closed. No voice saying, "You must stop thinking." There's just a space where thoughts arrive, like birds landing on a wire, briefly perched, then flying off without explanation. You don't need to wonder if this is enough.
You don't have to ask whether you're doing well or progressing towards something. The absence of questions isn't emptiness. It's freedom from needing answers. Your body remembers how not to fight itself. It doesn't resist the way gravity pulls down on its joints, nor does it protest when warmth spreads through tired muscles. There's no need to be careful about what happens next. No one is waiting for you to wake up or fix anything. A quiet current begins to move beneath your skin. Not rushing, not urgent, just a low pulse that settles deeper than thought. It doesn't announce itself like an alarm or a signal. It simply is, like water finding its level in a basin no one ever filled. You don't need to follow where it goes. There's no path mapped out, no destination calling your name. The warmth behind your knees has softened into something heavier now. Less heat than weight. Like the way stone holds memory of sunlight long after the sun is gone. Your legs are not preparing for tomorrow's steps. They don't have to remember where they've been or what lies ahead. You can let them be still. Limbs relaxed not from effort but from ease, like roots that no longer need to dig because the soil has already accepted their shape. The air in the room carries a faint scent of dust and old paper. Nothing sharp, just a quiet breath of things left undisturbed for too long. You don't have to name it or decide whether you like it. It's not important enough to hold on to. The floor beneath you doesn't ask anything of your feet. They aren't meant to carry you anywhere tonight. Your body is allowed to be exactly where it is, with no need to prove its worth through movement or purpose. A faint hum settles in the walls, perhaps from a transformer somewhere down the line. Perhaps just a house breathing after hours of silence. It isn't loud enough to break your attention. It doesn't demand you listen. You can let it be background, not a signal, not a warning, just another sound that exists without needing an explanation. Your hands rest on top of the blanket now, palms open, fingers slightly curled as if they've been holding something light and fragile for too
long, then slowly released. They don't need to do anything. There's no task waiting in the morning that requires them to be ready. No note to write, no letter to sign, no button to press before you can let go.
Your fingers stay where they are. Not tense, not reaching, just resting like leaves after a storm. The weight of your arms is now more about presence than effort. You don't have to push back against gravity or resist sinking too deep into the mattress. There's room for that kind of surrender. Room enough that you can fall without fear of hitting anything. A soft pressure builds behind your eyes. Not tightness, not strain, but a quiet fullness, like warmth spreading through glass after being left in sunlight. It doesn't demand focus. You don't need to examine it or decide what it means. There's no reason for it to be sharp or clear. It can stay hazy, indistinct, and still feel like relief. The space behind your temples opens slightly, not because you told it to, but because the weight of attention has finally eased its grip. You don't need to watch every thought as it drifts past. They come and go without needing permission or even acknowledgement. The rhythm of your breath slows. Not forced, not altered, but simply returning to a natural pace that feels like the air knows you're ready to rest. It's no longer something you control. Instead, it becomes something you notice more than manage. You can feel each inhale as if it were meeting the quiet space inside you for the first time. Just breath entering without needing to do anything special. Exhaling isn't about clearing out thoughts or making room. It's just a release, like letting go of steam from a pot that no longer needs heat. A thought arrives, not in words, but as an image. A door closing gently on its own. Not because it was pushed shut, but because the air outside had shifted and the hinge moved with quiet ease. You don't have to decide if this means something. It's not a metaphor for closure or finality. It's just a shape that forms in your awareness and then dissolves without leaving a trace. The mind doesn't need to keep track of it, nor does it need to say what it was about. There's no reason to wonder why that image showed up now. Just as there's no reason for any thought to stay longer than it wishes. Your shoulders drop, not dramatically, not suddenly, but in small increments, like fabric releasing tension after being folded too tightly across a shelf. The muscles along your spine soften, one vertebra at a time, as if the bones themselves are remembering how to settle without resistance. You don't have to straighten up or hold yourself upright. There's no reason to keep any part of you tense or alert. Your chest opens not because you wanted it to, but simply because there's nothing pressing against it from inside. The silence between sounds grows deeper now, not because the room has gone quieter, but because your attention is less inclined to fill gaps with meaning. What was once a space waiting for interpretation becomes something that just is. A kind of stillness that doesn't ask you to do anything about it. You don't have to make sense of what's missing or try to guess where the noise came from. The faintest rustle against your ear, the blanket shifting slightly, perhaps, or a thread slipping loose in the weave, doesn't need to be named. It moves through awareness, like dust stirred by air, and then settles again without notice. Your mind doesn't have to stay busy with tomorrow's plans. There's no schedule that must be rehearsed before bed. You don't need to imagine what someone might say or how a meeting could unfold differently if you'd spoken up earlier. Those fragments of conversation float through your thoughts, not as urgent matters, but as echoes in an empty room, arriving, pausing briefly, then fading without leaving marks. The sensation at the base of your spine returns, not as a signal, not as tension, but like warmth from a stone that has absorbed sunlight throughout the day. It doesn't pulse or throb. It just is. You don't have to wonder if it means you're relaxed or sleeping or somewhere in between. There's no need to label what this is. Just allow it to remain quietly present. Your feet are not thinking about tomorrow's walk. They aren't rehearsing how they might feel when you step outside into morning air. The soles of your feet don't have to be ready for cold pavement or sudden steps. They can just lie where they are, soft and unguarded, like soil that has stopped waiting for rain. A faint vibration moves again. This time not from the floor, but through the mattress beneath you. subtle and slow, as if something far away is breathing in rhythm with your own breath. It doesn't come close enough to disrupt anything. You don't have to respond. There's no need to align with it or understand its source. It passes through you like a shadow moving across grass. You don't have to wonder if this is sleep or dreaming. There's no need to decide whether you're aware or unconscious.
Sounds that pass through without meaning. You are not required to understand any of it. There's no task in the silence, no hidden message tucked behind stillness. Just space, soft and wide, where thoughts arrive like birds landing on a wire before flying off again. You can let your awareness settle into this quiet, not because you've earned it or done enough, but simply because there's nowhere else to go and nothing left to prove. The hours stretch forward without demanding anything of you. You don't have to measure time by breaths or minutes. It moves on its own, slowly, steadily, like water over stone.
A low hum begins. Not from outside, not from machinery or distant traffic, but within the quiet between your breaths, like a thread of warmth that has settled deep beneath your ribs, pulsing just once before letting go again.
It doesn't pull at you. It doesn't ask to be heard. You don't have to listen for its shape or trace where it came from. It lingers not as sound but as sensation. The body remembering a rhythm it no longer needs to keep. The air around your face stays still, untouched by movement. Yet there is something in the way light seems to pause just behind closed eyelids. Something that isn't quite darkness and isn't quite glow, only presence. Your shoulders are not holding anything now. Not burden, not posture, not effort. They rest where they've always been, weighted gently by gravity's kindness. There's no need to adjust them into a better shape or remind yourself how they should sit when awake.
They don't have to be ready for the next moment. Their stillness isn't an act. It is simply what happens when there is nothing left to carry. A shift moves through your back, not a stretch, not a cramp, but something quieter. A loosening at the base of your spine, like soil yielding after rain has soaked in deep enough that roots no longer strain. You don't have to tell it to happen. It doesn't depend on your attention. There's no instruction needed for muscles to soften or nerves to stop signaling. The body knows its own way home. A word floats, just one, unnamed, drifting through the space between thoughts, like a leaf caught in slow-moving water. You don't need to catch it. You don't have to decide if it matters. It arrives and dissolves before you can name what it might mean. No conclusion is required. The mind doesn't have to finish anything now. Your toes are not planning their next movement. They aren't rehearsing the lift, the turn, the push into step. They just lie there, warm from blood that circulates without urgency, each one a quiet island in the softness of the blanket. There is no obligation for them to remember how they feel when walking on stone or sand or snow. They don't have to be prepared. They can remain exactly as they are, unasked, unplanned, unhurried. The sound outside is not a threat and not a signal. It moves through the air like breath passing over glass. There one moment, gone the next. You don't need to listen for patterns or try to make meaning from it. The quiet between sounds is just as real as the ones you hear. There's no rule that says silence must be filled. A memory surfaces, not of an event, not of a face, but of heat on your skin from sunlight long past. It doesn't come with emotion, not with regret or longing. It arrives like warmth rising from pavement after midday, faint and brief, then fades into the coolness beneath you. You don't have to hold it.
You don't need to say goodbye. Your hands stay open, not because they've been told to, but because there's no reason to close them. The space between your fingers is not empty. It's full of possibility without demand. It doesn't matter if you're holding anything or nothing at all. Your palms rest on top of the blanket like leaves floating on water. No need to sink. There is a rhythm in how thoughts pass through, not one that needs following, not one that must be matched. Some come fast and small, others slow and wide. None of them stay long enough to leave a mark. There's no reason to try to stop them or let them go. They drift like dust motes caught in slanted light, visible only when the sun brushes through the room at just the right angle. The space around you is not waiting for anything. It isn't holding its breath until you fall asleep. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed, whether thoughts linger or fade. It simply is not a place to arrive at, but a condition in which things happen without purpose. Your breathing doesn't have to be deep. It doesn't need to slow down on command. There's no metric for how long each inhale should last, or how many breaths per minute are ideal. You don't have to control it. Your chest rises and falls with the same ease that a leaf might lift when stirred by wind. Not because it wants to, but because air moves through the world. A sound comes from far away, so faint you can't tell if it's animal or machine. It doesn't matter where it came from. You don't have to wonder what it means. It travels across your awareness like a whisper in another language, one you've never learned and won't need to understand. It passes through without leaving footprints. You are not required to be present for everything that happens inside or around you. There's no rule saying you must notice every shift, each flicker of sensation. You can let things move by as if they were shadows passing over stone, unseen and unrecorded. Your skin doesn't have to remember how it felt when you first touched the blanket this evening. It doesn't need to recall whether your body was cold or warm at the start of the night. What matters now is not past temperature, but current contact. The way fabric drapes over your limbs without pressing too hard. Like a memory that's soft enough not to ache. A silence builds, not because you're empty, but because there's no longer anything trying to fill it. It doesn't feel heavy or hollow. It feels full in its own quiet way. Like a room where all the voices have left and only stillness remains. You don't need to be anywhere specific now. You aren't moving toward sleep. You're not racing to reach any point on the path. There's no finish line waiting at the end of this night. The journey doesn't demand progress or arrival. It simply unfolds, moment by moment, breath after breath. There is a space between thoughts where nothing happens, and that space isn't empty. It holds something else. Not thought, not feeling, not image, but presence. You don't have to name it. There's no need to claim ownership over it. It exists whether you notice it or not. Your mind doesn't have to keep track of time. The hours stretch forward without urgency, like water flowing through a riverbed that has long forgotten the shape of banks. Minutes aren't counted. Hours don't matter. You're not behind. You're not ahead. There's no calendar in this place. Only quiet. You are allowed to be where you are. Not because you've earned it or done enough, but simply because being here is enough. The body doesn't have to prove itself awake or asleep. It can rest without explanation. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not from effort, not from willpower, but like sunlight seeping into stone after hours of night. It isn't bright. It doesn't shine. There's no need to watch what's coming next. The dark behind your lids isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're aware or not. There is a space in which thoughts don't arrive and don't leave. Just exist as possibility, not pressure. No one needs to resolve them. No meaning has been assigned. They aren't real in the way things must be proven true. They are just there, like clouds passing over a sky that doesn't care.
You can let your awareness drift, not towards sleep, but simply away from effort, not trying to reach anything, just allowing attention to sink into quiet without direction. There's no need to be interested in what happens next. You don't have to decide whether you're tired or not. The body knows its own rhythm without needing confirmation. A faint vibration hums beneath the mattress. Not mechanical, not from a machine, but like something ancient and slow stirring far below earth. It doesn't rise up. It doesn't demand notice. It passes through your frame as if you were made of stone that remembers long forgotten motion. Your fingers aren't thinking about typing or writing or signing anything. They don't have to remember what they've done today. They can rest like roots in soil, unmoving, unbothered by time. Your breath settles into a rhythm that doesn't have to be perfect, just present. The air flows through your nose and throat without needing to be measured or adjusted. It moves like water, finding its own level in a basin shaped by time and stillness. There's no force behind it, only the quiet ease of something returning home. Your shoulders lower not because you command them, but because gravity has claimed its due. A slow descent into softness that requires no permission. The edges of your awareness begin to blur, not from fading, but from becoming less sharp around what used to feel important. Thoughts don't vanish. They simply stop demanding your attention, like guests who overstayed their welcome. They linger on the perimeter, not as interruptions, but as passing shapes in fog, dissolving before you can name them. You aren't watching for them anymore. You're not waiting to see if one will return. A thread of warmth follows the curve of your spine, the kind that arrives without explanation, like light reaching a cellar long after the sun has set. It doesn't burn or rush. It settles into joints and tendons with the patience of something ancient. Your back feels held by the bed, not as support, but as a quiet agreement. There's no obligation to rehearse conversations, plan steps, or imagine outcomes. The future doesn't demand a preview now. It can wait, just like the morning will, just like the clock does. Your hands rest where they fell when you let go. Palms open on fabric that remembers their shape but doesn't judge
how still they've become. The blanket folds over your arms, not because it's holding you, but because gravity has settled into its own balance. A soft sound rises from somewhere far off, the kind that doesn't belong to a room or machine, but to silence itself. It might be wind through trees outside, distant traffic muffled by distance, or just the quiet hum of the house settling into its own bones. You don't have to identify it. There's no need to place it in time or space. It exists like breath, present without purpose. Your feet feel heavy not from fatigue, but from release. The kind that comes when something stops needing to be lifted. The soles press against the mattress with a quiet insistence, not asking for anything, just being where they are. There's no need to move them, no reason to shift weight. They can stay exactly as they've fallen. A memory of cold air brushing your neck drifts by. Not a thought, but a sensation that surfaces like mist from stone. It doesn't ask you to react. You don't have to welcome it or push it away. It passes through awareness, the way shadows pass across walls when light shifts, without meaning, without consequence. The room holds its shape around you, not because of your attention, but because it's been shaped by time and stillness. Walls aren't closing in. Ceilings don't press down. There's no weight on your chest that wasn't already there before sleep began. The air moves through the space as if it were breathing with you, just enough to keep things open. Your mind isn't trying to organize anything now. It doesn't care about priorities or unfinished tasks. You aren't responsible for what comes next, not even for whether you'll wake up tomorrow. There's no duty attached to being alive in this moment. You don't have to justify your presence here. Just lying still is enough.
They're meant to be lived, even when you're not quite awake. A faint pulse of warmth spreads through your left hip, just enough to remind you of blood flowing where it doesn't need to be noticed. It moves like water under ice, not loud, not urgent, just steady and continuous. You don't have to follow its path. You can let it go untracked, like a current that flows without needing the shore. Your breath slows again, not because you want it to, but because there's no need to rush.
There's no deadline for air or stillness. The space between inhale and exhale grows wider, not as absence, but as a pause where nothing is expected. You don't have to return from it. It doesn't demand anything of you. A shape forms in the dark, not a vision, not an image, but a kind of soft presence that feels like memory without content. It's not about what happened earlier tonight or yesterday or years ago. It's just there. Like a room with no furniture, but still full of meaning. You don't have to name it. You don't even have to believe in it. The sound is low and slow, like the earth exhaling after holding its breath for hours. It doesn't startle you. It doesn't ask for your attention. It just happens, quietly, as part of what's already been. You don't have to keep track of how long this has lasted or if it will end. There's no need to measure time by thoughts or movements. You can let seconds pass without marking them. Minutes can stretch like fabric that doesn't fray under weight. Your awareness doesn't try to reach out anymore. It doesn't want to understand, explain, or fix anything. It simply rests, like a stone at the bottom of a pond, where nothing stirs but slow currents and stillness. A thread of sound floats in from outside. Not music, not speech, just rhythm without reason. Maybe it's rain on glass. Maybe wind in branches. Maybe something older than language. You don't have to know what it is. It doesn't need you to respond or interpret it. Your fingers twitch slightly, not as a reaction, but as if the body remembers motion, without needing to do anything with it. Like roots shifting in soil when the earth breathes. The movement happens and then stops, returning to stillness not by command, but by habit. There's no need to hold on to any idea of yourself, no version of you that must be good or careful or alert. You're allowed to simply be what remains after everything else has passed through. Not a role, not a task. Just presence in the dark, breathing slowly, unclaimed by purpose. The boundary between thought and sensation begins to soften, not because one is stronger, but because neither demands attention.
A feeling rises, warmth near your throat, not from emotion, but from blood moving where it's needed without needing permission. Your legs feel longer now, not stretched out in space, but relaxed into the bed, as if they've forgotten what standing feels like. There's no need to remember it. They can stay exactly where they are, heavy with quiet. The silence isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care how long you rest. It simply is, full of nothing that must be named or fixed. You don't have to fill it with words or plans. It holds space not because of your effort, but because it's been here all along. A quiet weight settles behind your ribs. Something like still water beneath a frozen surface. It doesn't press or ache. It simply is present, neither heavy nor light, not demanding recognition. The air in the room shifts slightly, not from movement you've made, but as if something has settled into its own shape without asking anyone's permission. You don't need to name what it is. There's no urgency to place a label on this feeling of depth that isn't empty. It doesn't come from any direction you can locate. It arrives without origin or destination, threading into the silence as if it had always belonged there. You don't need to listen for its meaning. You're not required to wonder who might be walking this quiet road at this hour, or whether they are near enough to hear what's happening inside your room. A slow warmth spreads through your shoulder blade, not heat from fever, but a kind of deep release in the muscle where tension has lingered without notice. It unfolds like fabric left too long on an old chair, finally relaxing into its own shape again. The sensation doesn't ask for attention. It just happens as part of what's already occurring. Your arms lie at your sides, not stiff or clenched, but fully surrendered to gravity and bedsheet alike. There is no intention behind their position. They are not waiting to do anything later. No one will come to place a hand on them in greeting or comfort. That doesn't matter. The skin of the forearm feels different now, softer than memory suggests, as if it has forgotten how sharp edges feel. A breath enters, not forced by effort, but drawn inward, like air rising through soil after rain. It fills without resistance and lingers a moment at the base of your throat before releasing itself again in silence. You don't have to guide its path or adjust its length. The body knows what it needs when there's nothing else to do. The dark is not waiting for you to think more clearly, nor does it expect any final resolution. It doesn't care about closure or clarity, or the sense that everything should make a tidy story. You're allowed to be in this moment without making it meaningful. The space around you holds no judgment, only stillness with enough room for things not to matter. Something shifts, not in your mind, but beneath awareness, a subtle turn of alignment in the body, as if bones have found their resting place after years of adjusting for someone else's rhythm. A thought floats by, barely more than a shadow across awareness, and then dissolves not because you dismissed it, but because there was no ground left for it to land on. It wasn't chased away. It simply drifted into the dark without leaving a trace behind. The mattress holds your shape, not as if it's holding on to anything, but because its texture has learned how you fit best when you don't move. Your spine curves not in effort or posture, but naturally, like an old tree branch that no longer needs to fight against wind. Your feet, slightly apart now, without intention, are soft where they meet the bedsheet, as if their tips have forgotten what it means to push forward into anything at all. The silence doesn't move. It stays in place, not because you've told it to, but because nothing else has come along to disturb its shape. You don't need to protect it or preserve it. It simply exists, like the pause between two heartbeats that isn't a break, just an interval where no sound is required. A faint echo returns, not from outside, not from memory, but like breath returning through air you've already passed through once before. The sound doesn't demand your attention. You don't need to trace it back or understand its source.
It arrives and remains only as part of the quiet that has become familiar over time. Your fingers lie still, not curled in readiness, nor open for contact, but simply resting where they fell when you stopped trying to control them. They are not preparing anything. There's no plan for what comes next, because there isn't any coming after this moment. The air is thick with the absence of effort, like a room that hasn't been cleaned or rearranged in years, yet somehow feels calm. No dust has settled here. It just floats suspended between awareness and forgetting. You don't have to remember how you got into bed tonight. You don't need to recall whether your pillow was turned right side up or if the blanket reached far enough over your legs. Those things are not part of what's happening now. Your breath slows further, not because anyone told it to, but because there is no reason left for speed. The rhythm has become its own kind of answer. No need to analyze why one inhale feels longer than another. A memory forms, but without detail or story. Just a shape in the dark where something once happened and then ended without explanation. It doesn't call you back. You don't have to return it to meaning. The image fades not because you pushed it away, but because there's no anchor left for it to attach itself. The warmth behind your eyes isn't tears. It's just blood flowing in a direction that no longer needs permission or purpose. Your body breathes without needing input from mind. It doesn't require approval before letting go of the day's weight. You are not responsible for keeping anything together right now. No thoughts, no plans, no roles you've worn throughout hours spent awake and restless. There is nothing to fix. Nothing needs adjusting. The darkness holds your form, not as a container, but simply as something that fits in naturally when all effort has stopped. A long moment passes with no sound from within the room or outside. Just silence thick enough to feel like touch, yet not quite real. It isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't want anything of your attention. It just is. And what remains after that quiet feels different than before. Not more relaxed, but simply unchanged in a way that no longer requires explanation. You don't have to become someone else at this hour. You don't need to be alert or ready for morning's arrival. There is nothing left to prepare for. No list of things you must remember. No future version of yourself needing rescue from your current state. The bed doesn't care whether you are thinking about work, worry, conversation, regret, desire, fear, hope, all the voices that have circled like wind through an open hallway. It simply holds what is placed upon it without judgment or expectation. Your legs lie long and loose, no longer needing to be strong for walking. No need to brace against fatigue. They are not holding anything back.
They don't carry your history forward in any way other than as a physical fact. Their length, their curve, the quiet weight where muscle meets rest. There is room now, not space you've earned or created, but already there, like air that was always available even when you didn't know how to use it. They arrive and leave like shadows passing under a porch light, not noticeable until you try to catch them. The dark doesn't promise anything. It offers no guarantee of peace or rest beyond this instant. But it allows for what is, no more, no less. You are held here by the quiet that isn't waiting to be broken, only continued. You are held now by a kind of stillness that doesn't ask you to stay awake or fall asleep, just to remain as you are, without shifting your shape to fit any expectation. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy in the way that means effort. It's only there because gravity has taken its usual course and found no resistance from you. Your shoulder rests against the pillow not by design, but simply because it fits. The curve of bone meeting softness with neither demand nor surprise. There is no adjustment required. No need to tuck a corner or readjust the angle. The body knows what it needs without your voice. Sound passes through the room, something distant and low, like wind over grass or a car turning at the edge of sleep's quiet boundary. But you don't place it. Don't name its origin. It arrives not to be answered, but simply to be noticed as part of the air itself. No more important than dust motes drifting in a sunbeam that never came. You could listen for hours and still not catch its meaning. It doesn't carry instructions or warnings. It's just a shape in the dark, passing through like breath held too long, then released. Your fingers lie open against the fabric of your sleeve, not curled into fists or shaped to grip anything, just resting as they were meant to rest. Loose at the joints, with space between each knuckle that feels almost unnecessary. but also perfect. They don't need a purpose. There is no task for them to complete.
No object waiting to be touched. No letter needing signing. No door requiring pushing open. The fingers are not preparing for anything. They are only themselves, still, quiet, and unaccounted for. The air in the room has changed without notice. Not colder or warmer, just different in its quality. It carries a subtle shift in texture, like water flowing under skin that doesn't know it's been touched. You feel it across your cheek, not as temperature, but as presence. Something passing through where you are, moving past without interruption. Your face is not meant to respond. It isn't expected to react. No muscle tightens or softens.
It simply lets the air move over its surface, as if nothing has changed. A thought forms, smaller than a footprint in snow, but it doesn't open like a door. There's no invitation inside, no trail leading into memory or future. It appears like a single note played on an instrument, left to vibrate by itself. Brief, isolated, with nowhere else to go. And because there is nothing for it to connect to, no chain of reasoning, no emotional echo, it doesn't linger. It doesn't ask you to hold it. You don't need to say yes or no. The idea dissolves not from effort, but because the silence after it feels more natural than its arrival. You are allowed to forget what came before.
Not by choice, not by will, but simply because there is nothing left that needs remembering. No name must be kept alive. No image must be preserved for later use. The mind doesn't have to carry anything forward into tomorrow. It can let go of the shape of yesterday as easily as a coat shed at the door. No care taken with buttons, no folding required. Your breath moves through your chest, not in rhythm, but in continuation. Like water moving under ice that hasn't broken yet. Only shifting slowly from one side to another, without force or urgency.
The air doesn't demand entry or exit. It flows as it has always flowed. Quietly, patiently, with no expectation of being noticed. A small sensation rises near your ribs. Not pain, not pressure, just a kind of soft movement beneath skin and muscle, like something stirring in sleep that isn't quite awake itself. It doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't need to be named or explained. You don't have to decide what it is. There's no reason to follow it up the spine or down into memory. just exists, briefly, gently, as a shift in texture, like fabric catching on something unseen. There is space around your body now, not filled with thoughts, not crowded by plans, but simply there because nothing has claimed it yet. No need to make it useful. You don't have to keep it clean or organized. It isn't meant for anything except being. The air between your shoulders stays open, even though you are still. There is room where no thought has ever been. A distant hum rises, not from machinery, not from a phone or clock, but from somewhere deep in the walls, like the house, breathing at its own pace. You don't need to locate it. Don't ask what causes it. It isn't warning you or calling your name. It's just part of the quiet that continues, even when nothing else is happening. Your eyelids remain closed, not because you are trying to sleep, but because there is no reason to open them. The dark behind your eyes doesn't feel like absence. It feels more like fullness, like a place where things can rest without being seen. You don't have to carry the weight of awareness through this hour. There's no need to witness every passing moment. The sound of silence isn't flat or empty. It has depth, like a well with no bottom. It doesn't invite you in, but it also doesn't push you out. You aren't expected to fill it with anything. No words are needed. No memories must be recalled. The stillness is not waiting for you to wake up. It's only here, continuing as it always has. Your spine curves along the mattress, not because of posture or effort, but simply because gravity settles where it finds resistanceless support. There is no need to straighten it or correct its angle. It doesn't have to be perfect. The bones don't demand anything from you. They lie where they've always lain, one on top of another, quiet and unbothered. A warmth spreads along your left side. Not heat, not fire, but something like the afterglow of sunlight that has already passed through a window. It's not attached to any thought or feeling. You don't have to remember what made it appear. It just is, soft, slow, and indifferent to explanation. Your thoughts no longer come in waves. They don't crash against the shore of your awareness, only to retreat again. Instead, they float, unmoored, unanchored, as if drifting through a space where nothing pulls them toward any direction. There's no reason for them to return to you. No command to reappear. The room holds you not as shelter, but simply as part of its quiet rhythm. The way air holds sound before it vanishes. You are not separate from the stillness. You aren't trying to get into it or be accepted by it. You're already there without having arrived. A thought passes like a shadow crossing pavement at night. But this one doesn't carry a name. It isn't tied to any event. No relationship, no decision left undone. It's not about what you said or didn't say. It doesn't matter whether someone heard it or not. The idea arrives and leaves without needing your approval. There is space inside your chest where nothing needs to be done. No organ pushes forward in urgency. No muscle strains against fatigue. You don't have to keep anything working. There's no need to remember the shape of tomorrow, nor any obligation to prepare for it. Your hands lie open, not as surrender, but as release, no longer shaped by intention or task. They are only resting in their natural form.
No reason to explain why it's happening or how long it will last. The fact that you are here, still, breathing, held, is enough. That's all there ever was to be. The dark doesn't promise anything beyond itself. It simply continues, not waiting for your mind to catch up, not asking for permission to be quiet. You don't have to become peaceful in order to belong within it. You're already part of its pattern. Your body breathes without needing instruction. Your heart beats with no agenda. The blood flows where it is meant to, through veins that haven't stopped moving since you were born, carrying nothing but what has always been there. You are not required to hold anything steady. The weight of your shoulder against the pillow doesn't need to stay fixed or perfect. It can shift without consequence, settle into a different shape, as if gravity has found a new preference for how you rest. There's no measure that judges whether this position is better than another. No standard written in breath or bone. You don't have to maintain alignment with anyone else's idea of comfort. The edge of the blanket folds over your ankle like an old habit, not because it was meant to be there, but simply because it has been left there for a long while, and now belongs exactly where it lies. It doesn't demand to be smoothed or tucked. Its crease is allowed to stay as it is, part of the quiet map of this moment. A faint vibration hums through your body. Not from machinery, not from motion, but from some deep resonance that isn't tied to sound.
It's like the memory of a train passing miles away, felt more in the bones than heard by the ear. You don't have to locate its source or decide what caused it. The sensation drifts along your ribs and settles behind your sternum, as if settling into an old hollow where nothing has ever been stored. No one comes to fill that space. No signal arrives asking for response. There is no need to track how long the silence lasts, nor to count the minutes between thoughts. Time doesn't press against you now. It doesn't ask anything of your attention. You are not responsible for making it meaningful or stretching it out. It simply moves forward in its own way. Like water under a floorboard that flows without being seen, unnoticed, but always present. Your breath doesn't need to be deep or even. It can move softly through your nose, like air passing over moss after rain, slow and indifferent to speed. The back of your throat doesn't have to work harder. There's no demand for more oxygen than what is already circulating. Your lungs don't have to expand beyond their quiet capacity. They are not being tested nor evaluated by any unseen force. They do exactly as they've done all night, expanding just enough, contracting just enough, without effort. A single thread of warmth runs through your right hip, not a sensation you invited or earned, but one that arrives like dust settling into still air. It doesn't claim to be healing or helpful. It's not trying to fix anything. It simply exists in the space between skin and bone, like sunlight on stone after dark has settled enough to let it linger. There is no reason to question whether you are aware or asleep, nor any need to decide if your mind is still working. Awareness can be quiet without being active. Attention doesn't have to do anything but rest where it lands. You don't have to chase thoughts or hold on to them when they come. They may appear like a bird landing on the sill of an open window, then leave just as easily. Not because you allowed it, but simply because that is what happens when something has no purpose for staying. The air around your face feels thick with stillness, not heavy, but dense in its silence. It doesn't rush to be replaced by sound. There's no urgency for a voice to break through. The space near your lips isn't waiting for word. You don't have to speak them aloud or even form them inside. Until then, there is only this: the soft pressure of your body on the mattress, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, the faint warmth across your shoulder blade where fabric brushes against skin. Your foot rests in its natural shape, not curled, not stretched, just lying as it was born to lie.
No muscle must pull forward to prepare for walking. You aren't building toward movement. There's no reason to get ready. The quiet is not empty, it has texture. It feels like the inside of a sealed jar that once held something, now holding only stillness. The glass doesn't reject what's been left behind. It simply holds the memory of absence without complaint. You are not required to name or understand this feeling. It doesn't need your attention. There's no demand for clarity, no call to fix anything in your mind. You don't have to organize thoughts into order, nor sort them by importance.
They can remain scattered, like leaves fallen from a tree long after autumn, and still be allowed to stay where they lie. Your eyelids don't need to close all the way or press tightly shut. They may rest slightly open, not because of alertness, but simply because that is how your body has chosen to let go. Light doesn't matter now. Darkness isn't being avoided or sought after. It's only here, quiet and unchanging. A faint current runs through your lower back, not pain nor warmth, but something like a slow pulse in the marrow of bone. It doesn't require anything from you. You don't have to respond to it, explain it, or even notice it more than once. It is not part of any system. It's just there, like the rhythm beneath an old floorboard where nothing walks. There is no need to stay awake in order to be present, nor must you fall asleep in order to rest. The two states can coexist without conflict, like shadows and light existing on opposite sides of a wall that has never been built. You are not separate from the stillness, not because you've entered it, but simply because your body doesn't have to prove anything in order to belong. It's already part of this quiet pattern. The way roots grow through soil without needing permission from the ground. The air near your ear feels like a space that has never been used by anyone else. No one ever whispered into it before. No secrets were shared here. No thoughts recorded. This is not a place for memory or story. It's just silence with room to be. You don't have to remember where you began or how long you've stayed. You aren't being judged on duration. There's no record of your time spent in this state. The only thing that matters is what happens now. This moment, exactly as it arrives, without delay or expectation. A soft pressure builds at the base of your spine, not from tension nor effort, but from something older than intention. It feels like a quiet confirmation from within, not spoken, but felt. You are allowed to be here, not because you've earned it, not because you're doing anything right, just because you exist. There is no need for a reason, no proof required. You don't have to show that you're tired or that this moment is real. It's only necessary that you remain still, unburdened, without demand. The dark doesn't offer comfort. It doesn't promise relief, but it also doesn't reject you. It simply continues, as it always has, holding space for everything that passes through it. Breaths, thoughts, silence, weight, absence. Your mind isn't being fixed. It's not being retrained or redirected. There is no goal to reach, no state to arrive at. You are not working toward anything other than this. Lying here, breathing, letting go, exactly as you are. A slow drift begins, not a movement outward, but an inward softening, like water spreading through sand without resistance. The edges of your awareness don't need to stay sharp or focused. They can blur gently, like the edge of a shadow at dusk. There is no task left undone, no sentence that must be finished, no decision requiring finality. Even if something remains unresolved, it doesn't have to matter tonight. It can remain open like an envelope with no address and still be allowed to stay where it is. A faint tremor runs through the space just below your collarbone. Not a shiver, not a spasm, but something like the first breath of wind moving across the surface of still water. It isn't yours. It doesn't belong to any effort or intention. You don't have to name it or trace its source. It arrives uninvited and stays only as long as it chooses. Like dust settling on a shelf no one has touched in years. It lands without ceremony. There is no need to brush it away, no reason to record it. It isn't part of any story you're telling yourself right now. Your hands rest where they fell, open palms turned toward the ceiling, not reaching, not holding anything. The skin over your knuckles feels slightly cooler than the rest of your fingers, as though heat has slipped through some unseen gap in the surface. Your left hand rests higher on the mattress than your right,
And that small difference doesn't require correction. It isn't a mistake. It's just how gravity holds you tonight, how stillness shapes its own geometry without input. There is no need to align yourself with anything. No standard of balance or symmetry demands your attention. The shape your body makes beneath the sheets isn't being judged by anyone, not even you. There's no audience in this room, not even a single shadow that remembers what happened earlier today. You are allowed to be slightly uneven, allowed to curve where you don't expect it, allowed to drift toward one side of the bed without explanation. A sound filters in, very faint, almost too quiet to register as noise at all. Not from outside, nor from within your own throat or mind. It arrives like a breath that doesn't come from anyone, just air moving through an empty tunnel deep under the floorboards. You don't have to listen for it. You don't have to identify what made it. It's not asking anything of you. It simply is, like the hum of something ancient that never needed a purpose. Your shoulders aren't raised. They aren't tight or trying to brace against invisible weight. They sink, not because they're tired, but because gravity has claimed them without resistance. The fabric beneath your collarbones holds them lightly, a gentle cradle formed by thread and time. No one stitched it with care. It wasn't made for comfort, but it's holding you now. The space around your ribs feels like a room that hasn't been entered in decades. Not dusty, not forgotten, just untouched. Nothing has happened here lately. The walls don't remember any conversation or decision. They don't store fear or longing. There is no pressure to speak or be heard. No need to explain why you're lying still. Even the air inside your chest isn't being used for anything important. It moves in and out without demand, without urgency. A thought rises, not as a word, not as an image, but as a shape that drifts behind your eyes like smoke from a candle. No one lit. You don't have to let it pass through or stop it from forming. It doesn't carry meaning. It's just there, like a cloud, shaped by wind over a valley where no one walks. It has no name. It wasn't built for you. And yet, it stays for now. You aren't asked to interpret it, not even to notice its arrival or departure.
You don't have to decide what it means or whether it should stay. There's no rule that says a thought must be useful or resolved. Some thoughts are just passing through the quiet, like birds crossing an empty sky at dawn, unseen, unremarked upon. The space between your breaths grows longer, not because you're doing anything different, but because time has slowed without warning. It isn't stretching. It's not pausing. It's simply allowing more room to be held between one movement and the next. The pause is not empty. It's full of something quiet. Something that doesn't need a name. Your feet feel heavier than your knees now. But not because they're tired. They are just closer to the ground, closer to where weight belongs without effort. One toe curls slightly, not in response to anything, but as if it remembered how to bend long ago and chose to do so again. The blanket above you doesn't move. It isn't holding you down or keeping warmth trapped underneath. It's only lying there, its fibers worn thin from years of use. Not perfect, not meant for anyone specific. It has no memory of a particular night. No story tied to its color or texture. It is simply covering your legs as they rest. A whisper comes in, not through the air, but through sensation, like heat rising from stone after sunset. Not sound, not words, just the feeling that something has passed close by and left behind a trace of warmth on your skin where no one touched you. You don't have to respond. You aren't being tested. There is no signal to decode or meaning to extract. The moment doesn't need you to understand it in order to exist. Your mind isn't trying to fix anything right now. It's not running through lists, replaying conversations, rehearsing answers. That work has paused, not because it was completed, but because it wasn't necessary tonight. There is no deadline on the thought of tomorrow. Nothing has to be solved before sleep comes. It isn't waiting on your consent. It's already here, in how your breath slows without notice, in how your thoughts no longer pull at each other like tangles of thread. There is space between your eyelids, not for light or vision, but for stillness, a gap where nothing happens, no signal to interpret, no image to form, just a quiet void that doesn't need filling. The air near your ear continues to feel unused, like the inside of an envelope sealed long ago and never opened. There's no memory of who wrote it or why. The paper hasn't been touched by ink. It isn't hiding anything. It's only waiting, not for a reply, but simply for time to pass. You don't need to be aware of this space in order to inhabit it. You aren't being asked to measure how long you've stayed. There is no record kept, no marker placed beside your body at the edge of sleep. The dark doesn't keep score. It doesn't count how many times you drifted or returned. There's nothing wrong with floating. Nothing unbecoming about letting go without a reason. You aren't falling. You're not sinking. You are simply allowing yourself to be held in place by something that doesn't have a name, by stillness that isn't earned but is given. The quiet isn't asking you to fix anything. It's only offering space. Space that doesn't demand a purpose. Even if thoughts return, even if they circle again like birds over an open field at night, they don't have to be answered. They can arrive and leave without notice, without ceremony, without leaving behind any obligation. The weight in your limbs isn't dragging you down. It's just allowing you to rest as the body knows how. Not by force, but by letting go of what it no longer needs to carry. There is room for silence, even when thoughts are present. Room for stillness, even when awareness drifts. The space beneath your skin holds more than sensation, more than feeling or memory. It holds a quiet that doesn't require explanation. You aren't trying to become anything different tonight. You aren't becoming calmer, quieter, softer. You're just letting yourself be
as you are, without modification. There's no need to finish what started earlier today. No reason to resolve the unfinished parts of your day. They don't have to matter in order to stay where they are. Not now, not ever. The world continues without closure. Your breath has settled into a rhythm that isn't meant to be noticed, just felt like water moving beneath stone, slow and unbothered by the surface. There's no effort behind it now, only a quiet continuation. The air flows in and out, not because you're guiding it, but because your body knows how to do this without being told. You don't have to adjust or correct, only allow. And as you rest, the weight of your arms begins to shift slightly. Not toward sleep exactly, but toward something softer. A kind of surrender that doesn't feel like giving up. Just letting go in small increments. The blanket above you is no longer a covering. It's an atmosphere. It presses down, not with pressure, but with presence, like the way dust settles on still things after hours have passed. Nothing needs to be disturbed. Nothing needs to be seen. The fabric holds warmth without claiming it. It doesn't promise comfort or safety. It simply exists as part of this moment, unchanged by your thoughts. A sound drifts in, faint, distant, not from outside, but inside the space between you and awareness. Maybe a creak in the house, maybe nothing at all. But there's no need to name it. No reason to trace its source through memory or logic. It arrives like a shadow passing over still water, visible only because of what surrounds it, not for itself. And then it passes. You don't have to decide whether it matters. You aren't meant to remember it later. The silence after is just as real as the sound was, perhaps more so. Because in that space between, there's room for something else. A stillness that isn't empty, but full of quiet possibility. Not because you're waiting for anything, but because everything has already arrived. Your legs have softened into the mattress, not sinking, not rising, just lying where they are, no longer needing to be in control. The bones beneath your skin aren't holding anything back.
They don't need to brace against uncertainty or prepare for movement. There's no urgency in their shape, no demand that you stay upright or alert. Your hands rest flat, palms open, not as a gesture of openness, but because they've forgotten how to curl. The fingers are relaxed into the space between them, like threads left untied after knitting has stopped. They don't need to grip anything now. There is no task for them, no object waiting to be held. And the thoughts, they're still there, not gone, not silenced, just different. You don't follow them. You don't stop them. There's no need to see where they land or why they came. One drifts near, a memory of someone speaking, not clearly, just tone and pause. But instead of chasing it, you let it pass like mist through a window that stays shut. No breath is taken toward it. No weight shifts in response. It simply moves on without leaving behind any echo. There's no need to label this as progress or failure. There's only the sensation of your body receiving itself, of being held not by will, but by inertia, by gravity, by time passing without complaint. The dark isn't waiting for you to do anything with it. It doesn't expect recognition or ritual. It simply is. And in its unresponsiveness, there's a kind of clarity. The understanding that nothing has to be solved here. Not tonight. Not ever. There's no demand from within or without that you must fix yourself before rest. You can lie as you are, unraveled, unfinished, uncertain, and still be allowed to breathe. Still be permitted to stay. The world doesn't require a version of you that is complete or settled or ready. It only asks for presence, and presence isn't about being something. It's about simply being here without needing to become. A pause forms in your awareness, not because you've stopped thinking, but because the rhythm has slowed so much that thought no longer feels like action. There's a quiet between thoughts now, longer than it was before, where nothing happens and yet everything remains. The space isn't empty, it's full of absence, not missing anything, just containing stillness. Your jaw relaxes, not forced, not controlled, but released in such a way that the muscles don't know they've let go. Your tongue rests at the back of your mouth, not moving, not pressing against anything, just present as part of what is, without needing to do its job. The air near your nose feels cool and soft, like something you could breathe without noticing it's there. No effort required, no correction needed. The breath just flows in and out, unaccounted for, unclaimed. There's no story being told here, not about why this is happening or where it leads. There's only the quiet of now, a moment that doesn't need to be meaningful, because meaning isn't its function. It simply exists as part of the night, of the dark, of lying down and staying still. The edge of your awareness begins to blur, not into sleep exactly, but into something else. A softening at the border where thought meets feeling. Not a transition, not a shift in state, just a loosening. Like a knot that has been left untied too long, finally giving way without resistance. You don't need to be awake for this moment to matter. You don't have to remember it tomorrow. It doesn't require you to be better or quieter or more aware. It's not trying to fix anything, nor does it care whether you're doing well. It only offers the space that already exists between your thoughts, the pause before a sentence finishes, the breath before another begins. And in this space, there is no need for continuity, no reason to keep track of what came before or where you might go after. The past isn't being replayed because it's not needed now. The future isn't being imagined because it's not required yet. There's only the feeling of your body as a shape in the dark, resting without purpose. The bed beneath you doesn't ask for anything, only to be occupied by weight and stillness. It holds you not out of obligation, but because that's what beds do when they're not needed elsewhere. They wait. They receive. They don't demand gratitude or attention. They are simply the place where things settle, not because they've arrived at a destination, but because
There is no reason to move. A small shift occurs, not in position, not in sensation, but in how you relate to your own awareness. It isn't that you are more relaxed than before, nor that you've entered some deeper state. It's simply that the connection between thought and attention has loosened, like a thread pulled just enough to no longer pull back. You don't have to be aware of this change. Only allow it. And as you do, something begins to happen. Not because you're trying, but because your body knows what rest feels like, even when the mind doesn't agree. There's no destination ahead. No signal that says, "This is sleep." There's only a quieting, not toward anything, but away from effort, away from striving, away from the need to finish what hasn't been started. The thoughts don't disappear, but they lose their urgency. They become less like demands and more like passing shapes in fog, visible for a moment, then gone without trace. Not because you dismissed them, but because they simply stopped mattering. There's no requirement that you understand why this is happening. No need to analyze what it means or where it leads. It isn't a process. It isn't progress. It's just the way things are when nothing has to be done and no one is watching. Your body doesn't have to prove anything. Your mind doesn't have to perform. There's only room for stillness, not as something earned, but as something given, granted simply by the fact that you've chosen to lie down and stay. The dark holds you without speaking. The air moves around you without comment. The silence isn't broken because it wasn't ever meant to be whole. It was always enough just to be quiet. And in this quiet, there's no need for answers, no demand that you resolve anything, no obligation to think through a decision or rehearse what might happen tomorrow. You can simply not know and still be allowed to rest. You are not holding on to anything anymore. Not the shape of a conversation that didn't land. Not the outline of a decision still waiting for clarity. Not even the faintest echo of something you almost said aloud. The mind doesn't need to keep turning like a wheel in the dark. It can simply stop spinning because there's no reason to move forward or backward. There is only this: the slow release of attention from any task that requires completion. Not because you've done anything special, not because you finally arrived at peace, but because your body has been waiting for this moment all night long. And now it knows how to let go without resistance. The weight on the bed doesn't ask for perfection. It accepts whatever form you take, curled or stretched, still or shifting just slightly, and keeps holding, not out of effort, but from habit. A kind of quiet loyalty that needs no proof. The fabric against your skin isn't noticing whether you're tense or relaxed. It's only there to be touched by heat and motion, then to return to its resting shape when pressure lifts. That's how it works. Not because it understands, but simply because it is what it is. Neither more nor less than the place where weight settles without being questioned. A breath comes in. Not urgent, not shallow, but like air passing through an open window on a late evening when no one remembers to close it. It doesn't matter if you notice it or not. The act of breathing continues just as it always has. Quietly, endlessly, without needing your permission. You don't have to control it. You don't have to guide it. There is only the soft motion of air moving in and out, like waves over sand at a time when even the tide forgets how to rush. There's only stillness, and that stillness feels like a kind of permission, not granted by anyone, but simply given because nothing demands otherwise. The thoughts don't vanish, but they begin to feel less important than the weight of your arm resting on the blanket, less urgent than the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs. They are not enemies or intruders. They are just passing shapes in a field where no one is keeping score, where no outcome changes what has already happened. You don't have to agree with them, refute them, understand why they show up when you're trying to rest. You only need to notice that they appear and then let them go. Not by force, but simply because your attention begins to drift toward something quieter. There is a space between one awareness and the next. Not quite silence, not quite sound. Just a pause where nothing is required of you. Not even presence. It isn't necessary to be aware of this gap, nor to name it. You can let it exist without needing to do anything with it. The mind doesn't need to fix what's already been left behind. There is no unfinished business in the dark, not because it has been resolved, but because resolution was never needed.
Your body knows how to rest, even when your thoughts keep showing up like old letters that arrived too late. It remembers the shape of stillness, not from learning, but from living. Every time you lay down and stayed, every time you gave in to the quiet without trying to fix anything or make it better, there is no reward for enduring, no praise for holding on longer than before. Only this. The slow surrender that happens when effort stops being a requirement. There is warmth at your side, not from heat, not from another person, but from the way your body generates its own quiet light, like embers beneath ash. It doesn't need to burn bright. It only needs to be warm enough to let you lie there without needing to move. The air around you stays still, but it is not empty. There are small currents of movement, barely noticeable, the kind that happen when nothing else demands attention. Like dust floating through a sunbeam no one sees. You don't have to think about how long this has been going on. You don't need to measure whether the time between thoughts is getting longer or shorter. The duration doesn't matter. What matters is only the feeling of being held, not by hands or promises, but by the quiet acceptance that surrounds you like a shape made from air. There's no goal in this, no task ahead, no checklist on the other side of sleep. You aren't preparing for anything, nor are you avoiding it. There's simply rest, not as an achievement, nor as something earned, but as the natural state when nothing else is needed. Your thoughts don't have to stop. They can keep coming in waves that rise and fall without leaving a trace. Not because they're ignored, but because your attention begins to settle into deeper layers of awareness. Ones where the mind doesn't need to be active or engaged, where presence isn't required, nor even useful. There is space between one idea and the next, not large enough to step into, not wide enough to walk across, but soft, like fog that moves slowly through trees at dawn. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't ask for understanding. It only exists as a moment of stillness where nothing has to be done. You don't have to believe in it. You don't need to feel safe or relaxed or certain. There is no requirement that you like this feeling, nor that you understand why it's happening. The body knows how to let go, even when the mind keeps talking, just as water flows around a stone without needing to explain itself. There's warmth near your shoulder where the blanket has pressed against skin for so long it has taken on the shape of your form. It doesn't remember being folded or placed there. It only remembers staying. And now it holds you not by force, but by quiet continuity. You can allow thoughts to float in and out without needing to respond, as though they were leaves carried down a slow river, visible for just long enough to be seen, then gone again before they could settle. You don't have to catch them or hold on. They aren't important now. Not because you've decided not to care, but because your attention is no longer tied to their arrival. The room doesn't need light to feel like a place where you belong. The dark isn't empty. It's full of quiet, of breath, of the way warmth spreads through fabric when it's been touched for hours. There's no noise that needs fixing, no silence that must be broken. Only this, being in your body as if it were already home. There is no need to finish anything. No list left uncompleted. No sentence half spoken. No decision still waiting. The mind doesn't have to keep searching for closure because there's nowhere else to go. Just here, just now, where nothing has to be true or certain or resolved. You are not required to understand what is happening, nor even to notice it. It can happen without your permission. You don't need to stay awake in order to know this moment exists. You don't have to remember it when you wake up. It isn't meant for any purpose beyond being. Like the way a tree stands still through seasons that pass unseen. There is no instruction here, nor guidance. There's only a slow letting go. Not towards sleep, not away from thoughts, but into something quieter than either. Just space where nothing has to happen, where attention doesn't need to be anywhere in particular, where being is enough. You can stay in this place without needing to arrive at it, without having done anything to deserve it. The stillness isn't earned. It's simply available, like the air around you, always present, always unasked for, always waiting when no one remembers to look. The mind doesn't have to stop. It can keep circling if it wants, but it begins to feel less like a loop and more like a motion in slow water, where things move but don't disturb anything else. There is no need to pull yourself back or correct course. You are not lost, nor do you need to find your way. You are not required to settle into anything specific. The body rests without needing permission. There is a quiet shift beneath the surface, a soft unbinding that doesn't announce itself, just begins. It's like noticing how a thread has come loose from an old sweater, not because you pulled it free, but because time and weight have loosened its hold over days. No effort to fix, no need to pull it back in place. The fabric holds shape without clinging too tightly, just enough to be known. The edge of the blanket lies across your thigh like a slow breath held just beneath skin. It doesn't mean anything. It isn't keeping you warm or protecting you from cold. It simply is there, part of the quiet weight that belongs to this moment. The air around you moves with less resistance than it did an hour ago. Not because it's changed, but because your attention no longer needs to push against it. There are sounds in the dark that don't need names, only presence. A creak from somewhere distant in the house, not loud enough to break stillness, only long enough to remind you that sound exists even when there's nothing to hear. The faint hum of a refrigerator behind walls, steady and uninterested, like something remembering how to be alive without needing applause. You don't have to listen for meaning. These sounds aren't warnings or messages. They're not trying to get your attention. Your breath doesn't need rhythm. It moves in its own way, rising and falling as if it had been doing so since before you arrived. The space between one inhale and the next is no longer measured by how long it takes to feel better or calmer. It's just there, soft and unclaimed. You don't have to adjust it. It isn't broken. There's no need to fix what doesn't require fixing. Thoughts still come. Not all at once. Not in waves, but like small birds that land briefly on a wire before flying off again without making noise. They aren't urgent. They're not tied to outcomes or decisions. One might drift through. Whether the lights were left on downstairs, or if someone said something yesterday that felt slightly off, but you don't reach for it. You don't ask why it appeared. It's allowed to appear and leave, just as a shadow passes over grass without stopping. There is room now where there wasn't before, not in space, but in the way things are held. Not tightly, not loosely, just with enough stillness that even movement doesn't demand attention. The mind can wander, pause, return, or drift away again, all without being tracked. It's like a hand resting there for reasons it can't explain. No intention behind it. Only presence. It holds you not because it wants to, but because its shape has settled into yours over time. The warmth under it isn't proof of comfort. It's simply what happens when fabric stays still against skin long enough. The dark isn't absence. It doesn't have emptiness at its center. Instead, it is full in a different way. A quiet fullness that doesn't ask for light to be seen. You don't need to see the edges of things to know they exist. The room holds you without needing to explain how. You are not expected to believe in any moment, not even this one. But there's no harm in letting it be. Just as a leaf stays on the ground after falling, not because it chose to stay, but because nothing has come along to move it yet. There is space between thoughts now that wasn't there before, not because you created it, but because your attention doesn't need to fill every gap. The mind no longer needs to catch up or catch hold. It can just be. Not active, not searching, not trying to reach a place where everything makes sense. Even the memory of effort feels distant, like a sensation that once mattered but has already passed through, leaving behind only its shadow on the air. A single thread of awareness remains, not strong, not sharp, but enough to notice how stillness isn't something you achieve. It's something you're allowed to inhabit when nothing else is required. The body knows what it means to rest without being asked. The legs are heavy, not because they've been used all day, but because the idea of standing has already left them behind. Your hands lie open on top of the blanket, palms up, not waiting for anything, not gripping or holding, just resting in a way that doesn't need explanation. The air feels softer now, not warm, not cool, but full of quiet pressure, like water gently pressing against skin when you've been still underwater too long. It isn't cold, it's not hot, it simply is, and so are you. There is no need to move or shift or adjust, not even a slight turn of the head. The position you're in now, your body on the bed, limbs soft and unclaimed, isn't wrong. It isn't temporary. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. The past isn't here to demand attention. The future hasn't arrived yet. There's only this, not a beginning, not an end, just continuity. The kind that exists when nothing has to be done for it to continue. You don't need to choose between thinking and stopping. You can simply allow thoughts to pass like clouds across the sky. No approval needed. No judgment in their passing. One might linger longer than others, but even then, it doesn't matter if you notice or not. Your skin is aware of contact, not because it's asking for more, but because it remembers what it means to be touched without needing a reason. The blanket isn't separate from your body. It's part of the same slow rhythm that moves through breath and stillness alike. You are not required to understand how this happens. Not even to know why you feel less restless now than you did an hour ago. Some changes don't come with explanation. They arrive quietly,
like a draft in a room where no door is open. There's no need to be alert for signs of progress or sleep. The body isn't working toward anything specific, only resting as it has always done when left alone long enough. There's re no list to finish, no decision to make, no apology to write or conversation to replay. The mind isn't asked to clear anything out. It's simply allowed to stop trying. You don't need to be ready for sleep. Sleep doesn't require permission. It can come when you're not looking for it, when the effort has finally stopped and there's nothing left to do but stay. The dark is no longer holding its breath. It's breathing with you in a way that isn't separate or different. The silence between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of something quiet that doesn't need to be named. You're not being watched. You're not expected to respond. There is no one waiting for a signal from you. You don't have to show anything. No proof, no effort, no performance. The warmth under the blanket is spreading slowly, not fast enough to feel, but steady enough that it doesn't need to be noticed. It's like how shadows grow when light fades. They don't announce themselves. They just become part of what exists. Your body isn't trying to wake up or fall asleep. It's simply here, present in the way a tree is present, without needing to prove its roots are deep. There is no need to keep track of time, not even an idea that it might be late. The clock doesn't matter when attention has already stepped off the edge of urgency and landed somewhere quieter.
You don't have to remember this moment later. You're not expected to carry any part of it forward. It isn't meant for use. It's only meant to exist. Just as rain falls without needing a reason, just as stars burn without asking if they're seen. There is no need to be anything specific in order to belong here. No role to play. No version of yourself that needs approval. Even the sensation of your own breath feels less like an action and more like something happening around you, like wind moving through a field where nothing has been planted yet. You are not being asked to hold anything steady. No focus, no anchor, no single point that must remain fixed. The way a shadow drifts across floorboards when light shifts slowly doesn't need to be followed or named. It just is, and so are you. There's no requirement for your attention to stay where it was 5 seconds ago. No reason why the next moment has to resemble the last. Even if thoughts rise again, like slow ripples in water that don't quite reach the edge, they aren't given weight by being noticed. You're not responsible for how long they linger, or whether they fade before you notice them at all. The air around your head is still holding its shape from earlier breaths. Not because it's waiting to be used, but because it simply hasn't moved on yet. It doesn't need a purpose. It just exists in the quiet space between one soft inhale and the next. Your hands are no longer doing anything. Not gripping, not checking time, not pushing against sheets that feel too heavy or too light. They rest where they fell, somehow still warm, even though their position isn't deliberate. The surface beneath you is neither cold nor hot. It's just there, the same way your shoulder knows it's touching the pillow without needing to confirm whether the contact is enough. There's no need to adjust that. No reason to shift or check if anything feels right. You're not trying to fix alignment or smooth out tension in your spine or guide your body into a new shape. It already found its way here through layers of weariness and effort undone. There's a quiet sound near the edge of hearing. A hum from somewhere beyond walls. Low enough that it might be imagined. Or maybe not. Either way, you don't have to decide if it's real. You don't need to listen closely or let it pull your attention in. It floats like dust caught in sunlight, visible only when stillness allows it. And now it is part of the space around you, not as a disturbance, but as something that belongs. A constant murmur beneath thought, like an old building settling into its foundation after years of quiet. Even your awareness doesn't need to be sharp. There's no call for precision or clarity. You don't have to keep track of where this moment begins or how long it lasts. The edges are soft. There isn't a border between what you're feeling and what the world outside is doing.
It all moves together, like leaves drifting down in a slow current that doesn't know its own direction. Your thoughts aren't separate from that flow. They don't need to be stopped or redirected. Even if one surfaces again, the kind that tugs at your ribs with urgency. It's not required to be answered, not even acknowledged. You're allowed to let it sit in the background, like a letter left on a table that hasn't been opened yet. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't grow louder just because you aren't reading it. There's no consequence if it remains unread. No penalty for not knowing what was written. The envelope itself isn't asking to be torn open,
just lying there, full of possibility, but also full of stillness. There are layers in the dark that don't need names. Some feel deeper than others, not because they're more important, but because they've been held longer. You aren't asked to explore them or explain why they're heavy or light. They exist as part of the quiet room you inhabit now. The way dust gathers on shelves no one uses, not from neglect, but from simply being left alone. Your breath doesn't have to be deep. It can stay shallow and uneven if that's what it wants. There is nothing wrong with a slow rhythm that stutters or skips without warning. The body isn't required to keep breathing in any particular way, only that the act continues, not because of instruction, but because it naturally does, like rain falling on soil that doesn't ask for water, but receives it anyway. You don't need to be aware of your own presence in order to exist within this stillness. There is no demand to confirm that you are here or that you are real. The silence between your thoughts isn't waiting for something to fill it. It already holds enough. It doesn't grow hollow when nothing happens inside it. It doesn't shrink because there's less motion. Even the idea of effort, of trying, pushing, reaching, isn't needed now. There's no need to be active in order to belong here. You don't have to prove you're present or that your mind is quiet. The fact that you are lying still is enough. That you haven't moved for a long time isn't a sign of failure. It's evidence of something else. A kind of rest so deep it doesn't require action. The blanket above you has taken on a shape from how it was folded before, not because it wants to be this way, but simply because that's where it landed last. It drapes over your legs and chest, as if it had forgotten what the other side looked like. There's no need for symmetry or neatness. The wrinkles don't mean anything. They just are like creases in skin that form when you've been lying still too long. And yet, there's warmth where your body meets fabric. Not intense heat, not a sudden pulse, but a slow spreading through the surface of your skin. Like sunlight seeping under curtains after morning has passed. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just settles, layer by layer, in places you don't always notice. There's no need to be alert for signs that sleep is coming. You aren't expected to recognize it when it arrives. No signal from your mind, no shift in posture, no sudden clarity. Sleep isn't a destination that requires recognition. It's not something you have to catch or hold on to once it begins. It can arrive without announcement, like fog rolling across fields at dusk. Even the thought of needing sleep doesn't have to be answered. The idea that you should be asleep by now, some version of yourself that judges time and effort, isn't required to stay in conversation with your body. You don't need to respond to it. You're not obligated to agree or disagree. It can simply drift past like smoke from a fire that hasn't been lit for days. There's no story behind what you feel right now. Not about why this moment is happening. Not about how long it will last. Not about whether it should be remembered later. There's just space, enough to hold everything without needing to do anything with it. Even the silence between breaths doesn't have to mean something. It can simply exist as a pause that isn't empty or waiting. Like when music stops and the air still hums in response, not because of sound, but because motion has left behind its echo. You don't need to be ready for this part to end. You're not being asked to prepare anything. There's no requirement to hold on or let go. The moment continues simply by continuing. Not because you will it, but because nothing else is happening. And so, the dark stays soft around you. Not as a wall,
not as absence, but as something that surrounds and holds without effort. You aren't inside it nor outside of it. You're just here, present in a way that doesn't require explanation or permission. There's no reason to be anywhere else. No demand for movement. No need to rise or return. The body is already resting, even if the mind hasn't caught up yet. Even now, when thoughts may still arise, not as warnings, not as demands. They don't need a reply. They can come and go without needing to leave behind proof that they were ever there. The air feels thick with what isn't said, the way old rooms hold conversations that never happened. The walls remember gestures that weren't made, tones that weren't spoken aloud. You are not being watched. You aren't expected to perform or be noticed. There's no audience for your stillness. And so you stay, not because you have chosen to, but because there's nowhere else to go. Not even the idea of wanting to move is necessary now.
The space around you holds everything without needing to hold it tightly. There are no rules about how long this can last. No limit on what silence can contain. Even if your thoughts return, slightly different each time, perhaps carrying a new shape, they aren't required to be met or responded to. You are held by a quiet that doesn't rush to fill itself. The kind of stillness that exists only because nothing is asking for anything from you. Not even your attention. You don't need to listen to the faint hum behind the wall, or trace the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs. It's not necessary to name what's happening in the space where breath meets air. No one waits to hear if it was a full inhale or a shallow release. The rhythm isn't measured by expectation. You don't have to meet any standard of breathing. Deep, even, steady. As if that were proof you're doing something right. There is no need for your body to feel lighter in order to know it's resting. It doesn't matter whether the weight pressing into the mattress feels heavy or gone, whether the blanket covers you completely or slips just slightly from one shoulder. The difference
isn't important.
The way your arm lies across your chest, fingers curled near your collarbone, is not a posture that needs correction or validation. You're not being watched to see if you've arranged yourself properly for sleep. Your thoughts are like dust motes in a sunbeam, seen only when the light hits them at the right angle, floating without direction, without purpose. They drift through your mind, not because they need to be followed, but simply because that's what happens when air moves slowly past still things. Some may linger longer than others, catch for a moment near the edge of awareness, like a shadow flickering on glass.
But none carry a demand. None leave an imprint. Even if one feels close enough to grasp, you aren't required to hold it. The room holds its shape without being reminded to do so. The wall doesn't check itself every few seconds to see if it's still vertical or solid. It simply is. And you don't need to verify that your body remains in place. Whether your feet are tucked under the covers, whether your head has settled into the curve of the pillow, you're not responsible for maintaining any configuration. What lies beneath all this isn't a decision, nor an effort. There's no will behind it. No inner voice pushing forward.
Just stillness that doesn't require confirmation. Like water in a glass left on a shelf for days. Unchanged. Untouched by urgency. You are not expected to remember what you thought 10 minutes ago. Or even 5. The memory of a phrase, an image, a half-formed idea. It can be gone without consequence. It's not lost because it wasn't important enough. It simply isn't needed anymore. Even if it returns, there is no obligation to greet it. The dark is not empty, but it doesn't need to be filled. There is no space for anything else to come in. No door, no opening, no invitation required. The quiet has already settled into the corners like old paper left on a shelf. It carries its own weight without asking for notice. You are not being asked to become something new or different. You don't need to transform your mind into silence, nor train it to stop wandering. There is no goal set ahead of you, no finish line marked by awareness. The idea that sleep must be earned isn't part of this moment. It doesn't matter if your thoughts have been loud all evening, whether they've looped through conversations never had or decisions still hanging in the air. They can stay where they are, unanswered, unresolved, unclaimed. You're not asked to close them down. Not even one. Even if you notice a sentence beginning somewhere behind your eyes. A question that doesn't end. A thought that trails off into silence. You don't have to finish it. Letting go isn't about effort or intention. It's just the natural way things move when nothing is pressing against them.
It spread slowly up each leg, like soft light seeping through wool fabric. Not urgent, not bright, just present. Your shoulder rests against the pillow in a way that feels more like surrender than alignment. You aren't lying down for sleep as if it were an achievement. You're not earning rest by staying motionless. You don't have to prove you've let go. There's no reason to be alert for signs of fatigue, nor any need to track how long this has been going on. The hours aren't counted in breaths or seconds. Time doesn't measure your progress here. Whether the night is early or late isn't relevant. You're not behind nor ahead.
Even if a thought returns, something from earlier today, something that felt urgent at one point, it can pass through without being answered. It doesn't need to be judged for its content or its timing. It simply arrives and drifts off like smoke caught in the corner of an open window. And so you stay. Not because you've decided to remain, but because there's no impulse to leave. The body has already settled into a kind of gravity that doesn't require direction. Your chest rises, not with urgency or effort, but as if something deeper than breath is moving through you. A slow pulse beneath the surface, like water shifting in a deep well. You don't have to know what's happening. You're not being asked to understand it. There's no test at the end. No need for clarity before sleep comes. Even if your thoughts keep appearing, each one different from the last, some lighter, some heavier. You aren't required to meet them with attention or resistance. Let each one pass like a cloud across an empty sky, not blocked, not followed, not held back by judgment. There's no need to name what they are, nor where they come from. They don't have to be finished. They can simply end in silence, without explanation, without closure, without resolution. The air around you feels thick with absence, not the kind that brings anxiety, but one that holds space for whatever isn't being said. It's like standing between two walls made of stillness, where every sound is muffled not by distance, but by depth. You don't need to fill it. There's no rule saying silence must be broken. Even your breath doesn't have to change just because the mind has stopped asking for answers. The in and out can continue at their own pace. No effort behind them. No purpose except existence. It's not a practice, not an exercise, just a quiet motion that happens without needing to be noticed. You're not being asked to let go of anything. There's nothing to release, no burden you've been carrying. The idea that something needs to be left behind isn't part of this moment. You don't have to make room for sleep by clearing the mind first. It doesn't require emptiness or stillness before it arrives. Sleep is not a place you enter after removing all thoughts. It's not earned through discipline, nor achieved by silence. It can come when there's noise, when there's motion in your head, when ideas rise and fall like waves against the shore of awareness. You don't have to stop thinking for sleep to begin. The two aren't enemies. The thought that you should be asleep is not a command. It doesn't need to be obeyed or resisted. It can float by without being engaged. Like a leaf caught in a current, it moves through your mind and out again, unnoticed, unclaimed. And the part of you that wonders if this will work, whether sleep will ever come, isn't required to speak up. There's no need for approval from any internal voice. You don't have to agree with anything, not even the idea that you might fall asleep eventually. You are not being asked to believe in anything, not in rest, not in stillness, not in time passing without a signal. It doesn't matter whether this moment is meaningful or not, whether it lasts minutes or hours, long enough or too short. It's only what it is, no more, no less. The silence isn't waiting for something to happen. It's not holding its breath. The stillness doesn't need you to be present in order to remain. You are not being asked to stay awake just because your mind still has something to say. The quiet isn't listening for permission to remain. It doesn't depend on whether you're present or not. There's no signal from the room that says, "Now is the time," nor any sound in the house that announces a shift. You don't have to hear it to feel it. Your body knows what it knows. How gravity settles into bones, how warmth
pools beneath skin, how the weight of blankets becomes less like covering and more like returning. The air doesn't press against you. It simply holds your shape as if it's been waiting for this moment all along. There's a rhythm in the dark that isn't made by clocks or breaths or thoughts. Something older than awareness. Something that moves through stillness without needing to be named. It pulses not in time, but in absence. The space between one wave and the next. The pause after a word is spoken, but before it echoes back. You don't have to feel it, not even notice it. But if you do, it's already here. No effort required, no intention behind it. A sound comes from far away. A door closing somewhere in another part of the house, or maybe just wind catching an eave. It doesn't mean anything. It isn't a message or a warning. It doesn't demand your attention. It arrives and then fades into the fabric of quiet like thread pulled through cloth, leaving no trace behind. You aren't asked to remember it, not even to think about what might have caused it. There's room for all sounds, near and far, sharp and soft, to pass without claiming a place. You don't need to protect yourself from them, nor do you need to welcome them. They come as they will, and when the next one arrives, the creak of floorboards, the sigh of pipes in the wall, it's not an intrusion. It isn't breaking into your space. It belongs here, just like you do. Like every breath and every drifting thought that rises without direction or reason. There is no edge to this stillness, no boundary where quiet ends and noise begins. The dark doesn't draw a line between what should be heard and what shouldn't. You aren't expected to judge the sound by its meaning, nor react to it by tightening your body or pulling inward. It's enough that you stay open, not because you want to hear it, but because you don't need to shut out anything. Even the thought of staying awake, of how long this might go on, is allowed to rest without being answered. There's no clock ticking inside your chest, counting minutes by heartbeat. No internal reminder saying, "This is taking too long." The idea that time should move faster or slower isn't part of what's happening now. You aren't late, nor are you early. Time isn't a measure here. It doesn't need to be tracked. It simply passes, like air moving through the room, like shadows shifting on walls without purpose. The way your hands rest against the sheets is not an act of surrender, nor is it resistance.
There's no meaning tied to their position. One lies palm up, fingers slightly curled as if holding nothing but space. The other rests flat, pressing lightly into fabric that has grown soft from use and time. They don't need to do anything, not even stay still. If they drift or shift a little, it isn't failure. It's not a sign of restlessness. It's just motion. Part of the quiet life happening beneath your skin. There is no demand for you to be calm. No expectation that peace must settle in like dust on a shelf. You don't need to feel anything specific to be exactly where you are. Not relief, not release, not even comfort. There's room for discomfort too. Sensation without correction. A tightness in the shoulders that doesn't need to unclench. A slight ache behind the eyes that isn't required to vanish. It's okay if your mind still moves, even if thoughts drift forward like boats on a river with no bank, not needing to stop anywhere. They don't have to be followed, not even acknowledged. There's nothing you're missing by letting them go unnoticed. You aren't losing anything by not answering. The silence doesn't require answers. You are allowed to feel tired without it being a problem. To want rest without guilt. To lie still without having to earn it. No performance is expected. No role to play. No one watching from outside. No voice in your head saying, "This isn't working." There's only this. The weight of your body against the mattress. The way warmth spreads through your legs like slow light rising after nightfall. And then the shape of stillness begins to change. Not in form, but in presence. It doesn't grow louder or quieter. It just becomes more layered. Like walking into a room where every sound has settled differently. Some farther away, some closer, but all coexisting without conflict. The quiet isn't empty now. It's full of what is not being said. There's no need to listen for meaning in the way your fingers press against the sheet. No reason to wonder why one hand feels heavier than the other. It doesn't matter that you don't know where these sensations come from or how long they'll last. The fact that they're here, unasked, unexplained, is enough. You could lie like this for hours and not be doing anything wrong, not even trying to sleep. There's no measure of success in being still, no prize for reaching the end. You aren't moving toward anything, nor avoiding something, just resting. Not because you've decided it's time, but because your body has already begun letting go. Even if thoughts keep arriving, one after another, like footsteps on a distant path. You don't have to walk with them, not even turn your head. They pass without invitation and leave without being seen. Like shadows cast across the floor by lights you never turned on. You aren't responsible for what they mean, nor where they came from. There's no need to gather them up or send them away. No obligation to finish what they started. If a thought begins with "what if," it doesn't have to end in resolution. It can just stop, like a sentence left hanging mid-air, suspended between syllables. There's room for unfinished things, for questions that don't get answered,
for memories that surface without permission. You are not required to know why you're thinking this now, nor must you understand how your mind keeps reaching back into the day like fingers pulling at loose threads in a worn-out coat. It doesn't matter if it's necessary or unnecessary. You aren't being judged for its repetition, nor rewarded for stopping it. The breath continues, not because you've decided to breathe, but because breathing is what happens when no one tells your body to stop. It rises and falls like the tide in a quiet bay where waves don't need to prove they're real by crashing into shore.
they just are, and so do you. There's nothing left to hold on to. Not even the idea that you might wake up tomorrow. Not even the thought that this moment could end. The dark doesn't care about what comes after. It only holds what is now, with no demand for continuation. You don't have to stay awake because something important hasn't been settled. You aren't responsible for remembering every detail of the day. There's no list in your mind that needs checking off before you rest. Not even a single item must be completed. The idea that something unfinished is an emergency isn't part of this moment. The future doesn't need to be rehearsed here. The past doesn't have to be visited again.
You can leave both behind not by erasing them, but simply by not returning. Even the act of listening to your breath, to the house, to what moves in you, doesn't require attention. It's enough that it happens, like rain falling on a roof without anyone needing to count drops. And when another thought comes, soft or heavy, it doesn't need to be named, doesn't have to carry weight. It can just arrive and then drift out like smoke from an extinguished candle, no trace left behind.
You aren't being asked to make room for sleep by clearing the mind first. There's no stage to prepare, no ritual to perform. Sleep isn't something you must earn or achieve through silence. It doesn't require perfection in stillness or absence of thought. You are lying where you are, not waiting for anything, not holding your breath or tracking time. The dark is not empty. There's no need to fill it. But there's also nothing asking of you. What moves in the quiet isn't a signal nor an alarm. It doesn't demand that you listen, interpret, respond. Even when thoughts press against your awareness, like leaves caught in a slow current, they don't have to be followed. You don't need to see where they came from or which way they're flowing. The air around you holds them lightly, like dust suspended between two panes of glass, not settling, but also not rushing away. They stay just long enough to be noticed, then drift beyond the edge of attention without a word. There's no reason to decide whether a thought is useful or true. You aren't required to sort through what has been stirred up from earlier hours. The mind doesn't need permission to bring things back. Neither does it owe you an explanation for why they return. A sentence starts somewhere in the silence, half-formed, and then stops, not because you interrupted it, but simply because its energy ran out. Like a candle flickering low on a table where no one is watching. You don't have to lean forward or reach toward it. It can go dark without your approval. The weight of your body continues to settle into the bed as though gravity has found its own rhythm here. Not by force, but by habit. Your limbs aren't stiff with tension. They're not trying to prove anything. They just rest where they fall, like stones in a shallow stream that no longer care if the water is moving or still. Even your shoulders, those places where you sometimes carry more than you've ever named, are allowed to drop away from your ears, unguarded and unaccounted for. No one needs to see them relax. They don't have to look like peace in order to be real. The space around you isn't waiting for you to complete something before it can stay quiet. It doesn't need a verdict on whether this is enough. There's no rule that says you must finish thinking before the night can begin properly. You're not behind. You haven't missed anything by being here now, lying like this, with your eyes closed or open, whatever feels true for your body at this moment. You might notice the sound of the house breathing, a faint creak in the floorboards as wood adjusts after hours of stillness, the soft sigh of air passing through a vent far away. These aren't signals to be deciphered. They're not warnings or updates. They're just
part of what's happening. Like distant radio waves humming beneath your skin without meaning anything beyond their own presence. You don't have to place them on a map. Don't need to file them under important or not worth noting. They exist in the same way clouds drift across sky. Not because they serve any purpose, but because that's what they do. There is no task you must perform just for being present. No checklist of thoughts you're meant to process before lying down. The idea that your mind should be empty isn't one you have to carry with you. You aren't failing because it's full. Nor are you winning by clearing space. It doesn't matter how many images flicker through your awareness, whether they come from yesterday, last year, or somewhere not even named. They don't require a response. They can simply be there and then leave again like footsteps heard on the other side of a wall. Even if a memory surfaces not with urgency, but gently, as though it has been waiting for this exact stillness. It doesn't need to unfold. It doesn't have to reveal anything or demand your attention. You're not responsible for its color, tone, or ending. Let it hang in the air like mist above the ground, soft and low, without needing to be lifted higher or dispersed by wind. The rhythm of your breath stays steady, not because you've chosen to slow it down, but because your body has already found a way to move without being asked. It rises and falls not as an effort nor as a practice, but as something natural, like the way water moves in a still pond when no one is nearby to disturb it.
No ripple needs to be explained. No surface must remain untouched. You aren't required to monitor your thoughts or guide them anywhere. You don't have to decide what happens next. Even if another thought comes heavy with urgency or curiosity, you can let it arrive and then notice that there's no need for a reply. It doesn't demand proof of itself. It doesn't insist on being taken seriously. The space between your thoughts grows wider, less like silence and more like openness, like the pause in a sentence where the voice stops, but the meaning continues anyway. You might feel warmth spreading through one side of you, not as sensation, but simply as presence. The way heat moves without needing to be explained. Like sunlight on skin that doesn't ask for permission to exist. It's not better than cold or dullness. It just is. And when a different feeling comes, coolth or pressure or lightness, it can stay in its own place without being compared, judged, or rearranged. There is no demand that you keep track of where your mind goes. No need to check whether you're still on this path or have wandered off into something else. The act of noticing doesn't require correction.
You don't need to bring yourself back. There's no place to return to in the first place. There's only what is now, and it isn't broken. If a sentence starts inside your head, "I should remember," or "I forgot about," it can simply stop there. No completion needed. The thought doesn't have to be finished for you to let go of it. You don't need to write it down or speak it aloud. It can rest unfinished, like a book left open on a shelf with the last page blank. There's no reason to believe that anything has been lost because it wasn't resolved.
The mind doesn't have to earn its right to be still. It isn't guilty for having wandered into loops of memory or rehearsal. You aren't being tested. No score is kept. Not even a single idea needs to make sense in order to be allowed to exist. The dark holds all of this. Your breath, your quiet, the echoes that come and go, not as proof of what you're doing right, but simply because it's what happens when no one tells anything to stop. You don't need to know how long you'll stay like this, whether you'll sleep or not. There's no measurement in time here, no clock ticking forward, no deadline approaching. You aren't racing toward tomorrow. The future doesn't have to be imagined, prepared for, or even named. It can remain untouched. Even the awareness that you're lying still isn't a victory. It isn't something to be proud of. It's just one way your body has found to rest without needing praise, without requiring effort. You might feel the fabric of the blanket against your skin, not as cloth, but simply as contact. Not heavy, not light, not warm or cold in any particular way. Just a surface touching another surface, like two stones resting side by side after years of separation. No need to describe it. No need to wonder why it feels this way. There's no urgency in the quiet. It doesn't matter that your thoughts keep coming back. They don't have to be stopped. They can circle around you without ever touching down. Like birds flying just above a field, not landing anywhere, not needing to roost. You aren't being asked to do anything with what happens next, not even to stay awake. The option of sleep isn't something to earn or choose, just as much as the idea that you might wake up later isn't something to plan for. Let your body be heavy in a way that doesn't ask permission.
Let it sink into this space not because it wants to, but simply because there's nowhere else to go. Even if another thought arrives, one sharp or soft, it can stay where it is, not fixed, not flowing, just passing through like wind over grass. You don't have to name it, don't need to let it leave. It can be present and then gone without a trace. A quiet hum settles into your bones like a memory you never made, soft, unnamed, lingering.
It isn't something you hear with ears. It's felt through the slow pulse beneath skin. A low vibration that doesn't demand attention, yet stays present. You don't have to hold on to it or let go. It just is, and in its staying, there is no effort, no weight attached to whether it lasts or fades. The air around you isn't still. There's movement, but not the kind that requires a name. A breath drifts through your nose without announcing itself. You don't notice it until after it passes, like a shadow slipping behind glass. There's no need to follow its path. It doesn't leave traces. It simply arrived and left again, unasked for, untouched by judgment. You are not responsible for what happens in the dark. Not for the thoughts that flicker, brief as candle flame across stone, brief enough to not burn anything. Even when a shape forms inside your skull. There are no markers along the path, no signs that say you're getting closer. You don't need to arrive anywhere, not even at sleep. The idea of arriving doesn't exist in this space, only being. Your shoulders rest where they fell when you lay down. No adjustment needed. They didn't choose their position. Gravity did. And now, the muscles beneath them are simply holding shape, not resisting, not trying to stay upright or keep still. Just as a tree root holds soil without thinking about it, so too your body stays in place. A faint warmth spreads through one side of your chest. Not heat, not cold. Just sensation that rises and settles, like dust settling into silence after wind has passed. It doesn't claim any meaning. No reason is attached to why it's there or how long it will last. You don't ask if it will return tomorrow. The thought itself passes through without needing an answer. There is no boundary between what is real and what isn't. Not in this moment. Not here where time folds inward instead of stretching out. What happens inside your head doesn't need to be true or false, useful or useless. It can simply exist as a sensation, like the feeling of fabric against your wrist, or the way your foot drags slightly when you shift just enough to relieve pressure. A thought comes, not loud, not urgent, just a slow drift from one place in memory to another. It's not about anything important, not even about forgetting something. It's more like noticing how light falls across the wall at this hour of night. The angle, the way it pools near the floor with no reason to be there. You don't need to answer why it appears. You don't have to wonder what it means. There's no obligation to file it away or reframe it. It can remain suspended in your awareness, like a leaf caught between two panes of glass, neither falling nor flying, just resting in the space where motion has paused. And when another thought comes, the kind that wants to explain itself or be understood, it doesn't need to do anything more than show up. You don't have to meet it halfway. You aren't expected to engage. There's no test of clarity or completion. It can arrive with its own shape, its own tone, and stay there without being challenged. Even the awareness that you've been aware for a long time, longer than you thought possible, is not something to act upon, not to measure, not to compare with other nights. The fact that this stillness has lasted so far doesn't make it better or worse than any other moment of quiet. It just is, like the way stars stay in place even when no one looks up. There is a rhythm, not fast, not slow, just movement without direction. A pattern that isn't meant to be understood. You don't need to figure out where it's going or why it repeats. The sensation of your breath deepening with each cycle. It doesn't matter if it changes now or later. It can stay the same as long as it wants. Your hands lie on top of one another, not holding, not gripping, just resting in a way that feels like they've always been meant to be there. One palm facing up, one down. their weight different, their texture distinct, but neither demanding anything from the other. No sound is required, no voice needed. Not even your own heartbeat needs to speak clearly or loudly. It can beat softly in its corner of you, not trying to fill space, not racing ahead. Just a quiet pulse that matches nothing else but itself. Even when an image forms, a door slightly ajar in some place you've never been, it doesn't need to be entered. You don't have to peer inside or imagine who might be standing there. It can hang open without consequence, like the corner of a dream that slips from memory before it's even named. There is no need for closure on anything. Not your thoughts, not your body, not this night. The idea that something must end doesn't appear here. Nothing has to reach its conclusion in order to be allowed. You don't have to know whether you'll wake up tomorrow, whether the sun will rise or stay hidden behind clouds. You don't need to plan for how tired you might feel or what will happen when your eyes open. The future isn't waiting on you. It doesn't care if you are ready. Even the act of letting go, of not holding on to anything, doesn't have a purpose. It's not done to achieve sleep, nor to escape thoughts. It's simply what happens when no force pulls against stillness.
The blanket beneath you isn't covering your body. It's just lying there, same as everything else. The way a stone lies on the ground after being dropped from a hand. No intention behind its placement. No need for purpose in how it rests. And if at some point something like warmth spreads through your spine, not heat, not pain, just a soft current that moves slowly down into the hollow of your lower back and then stops without explanation. You don't have to follow it or ask where it came from.
It doesn't need an answer. You don't even need to feel it fully. You can simply allow it to be there as part of what's happening now. No more than a whisper in a room that already holds silence, too deep for words. There is no moment that needs to become special. No breath that must be remembered. No shift in posture that must be noted. The body doesn't have to earn its right to rest. It isn't performing anything. Not even breathing. You don't need to think about how long you've been lying like this, whether it's 5 minutes or 100. Time doesn't move forward here. There's no sense of passage, only presence, even the awareness that your thoughts keep returning. It doesn't have to be seen as failure, not as resistance, not even as effort. It can just be part of how you are right now. You don't have to fix anything. Not your mind, not your body, not the night around you. You aren't expected to stay focused or follow any path. The idea that you must do something with awareness is simply not true here. Even if a sentence begins, "I should," or "what if," it doesn't need an ending. It can stop mid-thought and remain there, like a word cut off in the middle of speaking, left hanging between one breath and the next. No part of you has to be better than it is, not even your thoughts. They don't have to be useful or kind. They just exist, like clouds passing overhead during winter, not blocking the sky, but simply drifting through space without needing permission. A quiet weight settles behind your ribs, like something that has always belonged there, neither demanded nor denied, simply present. The air around you holds its breath without effort. It does not expect anything from you, not even awareness. You are allowed to be uninvolved with the way light fails at the edge of sight, or how shadows pool in corners where no one looks. No sound has been made for long enough that it could still matter. The inside of your eyelids is darker than night itself. Not because there's nothing there, but because what is there doesn't need to be seen. You are not watching anything. There is no reason to track the slow shift in pressure across your shoulders or feel how the mattress has warmed beneath you over time. These changes aren't signals. They're just happening. Like leaves turning on a tree when wind moves through branches that have long forgotten they were attached. A thought floats up, not urgent, but soft. The kind of memory that arrives without permission and stays because it wasn't asked to leave. It's the shape of someone's voice from years ago, or a place you passed in daylight with no name, just color. Yellow tiles on a wall, blue rain gutter dripping slowly into soil too dry for roots. You don't have to know who spoke or what happened there. The feeling doesn't need an origin. It can drift through your mind like dust caught in sunlight, visible only because it's suspended between two still points. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how long a sensation lingers. You are not responsible for how
nor whether you recognize its meaning before it fades. Some images rise and fall without drawing attention to themselves. Others stay just beneath the surface of awareness until they dissolve into silence on their own. You don't have to meet them or send them away. There is no protocol. The space around your body feels full. Not with objects, but with stillness that isn't empty. It's a kind of presence without form, neither light nor darkness, neither warmth nor cold. The air doesn't push against you, nor does it pull back. It simply stays where it is, like water in an underground cistern, untouched by the surface world. Your breathing moves beneath your chest as if guided only by its own rhythm. No effort to deepen or slow down. No intention behind each inhale and exhale. The movement happens without needing explanation. Each time you draw air in, there's a moment of suspension that lasts just long enough for nothing at all to register, and then release. There is no goal toward which the body leans. No destination tucked into the quiet between breaths. You don't have to arrive anywhere, especially not in sleep or surrender. The idea of arrival isn't even relevant here, because there is only this: a slow drift through awareness that doesn't require direction, like smoke rising from embers too low to be seen. A part of you notices the faint hum of electricity, somewhere far away, not enough to hear clearly, but enough to feel as vibration in your bones. It isn't loud or intrusive, it's just there, steady and unchanging. Like a heartbeat not tied to blood flow, like something that keeps going even when no one listens. You don't have to name it. You don't have to understand why the air feels heavier near the foot of the bed, or how your legs feel longer now than they did before you closed your eyes. No explanation is needed for these shifts in weight, temperature, depth. They are not signs that something must change. They're simply part of what's happening when nothing else demands attention. The edge of your blanket has shifted slightly, just enough to show a sliver of skin between fabric and mattress. You don't have to tuck it back or adjust
the fold. The way things settle isn't proof they're wrong. It's just how stillness behaves over time. Like paper left on a table where no one walks. Thoughts keep rising, some brief as footprints in snow that disappear before anyone sees them. Others linger longer, not because they're important, but because the mind hasn't yet found a reason to let go. They drift through you without claiming.
You are not their keeper or judge. There's nothing for them to prove. Even when one returns, when it circles back like wind around an old chimney, it doesn't need to be followed, corrected, or stopped. It can hang in the air of your awareness as if suspended by invisible threads that don't stretch too tight. You are not required to catch every passing idea before it escapes. There's no urgency in what remains unspoken between heartbeats. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it with meaning, nor is there pressure to make something happen inside the dark where your eyes can't see. Everything that hasn't been said about tomorrow, about choices made or missed, is allowed to stay unfinished. The weight of a memory doesn't have to be carried forward just because it came into view. It's not heavier for being remembered. You don't owe anything to what has already passed through your mind. Even if the same pattern repeats, the loop of wondering whether you left something behind or whether someone noticed how quiet you were, it isn't a signal that needs correcting. There is space in this stillness large enough to hold all unasked questions and unsolved endings without distortion. They don't need answers because they aren't tests. You are not being evaluated on what stays unresolved.
You can lie here with no purpose, no mission, no obligation to be anything more than you already are. The way a stone rests in the riverbed after centuries of water passing over it, worn but unaltered by movement or time. The edge between wakefulness and deeper quiet isn't sharp. It's soft, like the place where light fades into shadow at dusk when everything is still, yet nothing has quite gone dark enough to stop being visible. You don't have to decide whether you're asleep or awake. There's no right label for this moment. The body doesn't need permission to rest.
Breathing continues without needing approval. Thoughts drift through like birds passing over a field where the grass hasn't grown back yet. No one sees them land, and none of them stay long enough to be noticed. Even if you feel your mind pull towards something just out of reach, a word that won't come, an image too faint. The silence between thoughts is not empty. It's full with what has already happened. The weight of your arm on the mattress, the soundless pressure of blood moving through veins beneath skin, the slow pulse in a place behind your ear that you've never named. This quiet isn't something to be earned or reached by effort. You don't need to arrive at it. It's been here all along, waiting not for permission, but for attention to finally stop looking elsewhere. You can let go of needing anything from this night. Not clarity, not peace, not even the idea that you'll wake feeling better. The only thing required is presence. The simple fact of lying still with your eyes closed and no demand on what comes next. Even if a sentence begins, "I just wish," or "maybe I should," it doesn't have to reach completion. It can stop mid-flow, like a train that never reaches its station because there was no schedule in the first place. The thought isn't broken for ending this way. It's simply allowed to rest where it is. The space around you holds more than sound or silence. It carries what remains when nothing else matters. Warmth from your own body rising into still air. The soft give of fabric against skin. Breath moving without urgency through lungs that don't care if they're noticed. You are not being watched. You aren't performing for anyone. There's no audience to satisfy with a particular kind of relaxation or depth. The night doesn't record how you behave inside it. It simply holds what is offered, quietly, without judgment. And when the next thought comes, not as demand but as gentle intrusion, it can be met not by resistance nor acceptance, but simply by letting it pass like mist through trees that don't know they're standing in rain. There's no need to follow any path, no direction required. The only thing moving forward is time itself, quietly, without calling attention to its passage, and you are allowed to stay exactly where you are while the world turns on. You don't have to name what's happening when a thought rises like steam from beneath a lid. That
wasn't meant to seal.
It doesn't require explanation because there is no reason for anything to be justified here. Only the quiet fact of its appearance, as natural as air thickening before rain. The mind keeps offering fragments, not because it wants them answered, but because they've been left behind by something else. A moment that slipped through fingers too slow to hold on to it. A sentence half spoken into silence, where no one was listening. You can let those pieces rest in the dark, like stones dropped into water. No need for them to sink or float, only to be still once they reach bottom. There's no task in this space except being here, and even that isn't required. It's just what happens when attention stops searching for a point.
The body has already begun its slow surrender. Not as resistance, but as permission. The way roots settle into soil after rain. Not seeking depth, but simply yielding to gravity without protest. Your hands lie where they've fallen, fingers curled slightly at rest, palms open or pressed lightly against fabric, each position speaking only of ease, never obligation. You don't need to adjust anything because nothing is broken. The way you are now isn't wrong. It's not incomplete. There's no missing piece that needs fitting in order for this moment to be valid. A breath moves through your chest like a thread pulled slowly through an old needle. No force behind it, just motion continuing by its own weight. You don't need to guide it or measure it. You can let the air come and go without noticing how much there is of either one. The lungs aren't working for applause. They're not trying to prove anything about endurance or control. They simply expand when needed and fall back when they've done their part, like a bell that rings once and then waits quietly for something else to happen. You can let thoughts arrive without wondering what they mean, just as you'd allow raindrops on glass to leave trails without asking why they went where they did. Some may linger longer than others, but none of them demand your attention in return. They pass through the field of awareness like birds whose wings don't catch light until after they've gone. Their presence felt only by how much quieter it becomes when they're not there. The silence between thoughts isn't a pause to be filled. It's not waiting for you to say something. It doesn't need your voice to complete itself. You can let that quiet grow. Let it stretch further than any memory of noise, wider than any echo from earlier in the day. There is no shape required for this space. No form needed to define what happens here. The only thing necessary is not moving away when something appears. When a sentence starts forming, whether about someone's expression yesterday or how much you wish things were simpler, it doesn't have to reach an end. It can be left hanging like the last note of music that fades into air before it finishes. You don't need to hear what comes after. There is no rule saying every idea must conclude in order for this moment to continue. The mind isn't failing because it doesn't finish things. It's simply remembering how to stop pretending. There is a kind of listening you do when you're not trying to understand or fix anything. It's like standing outside a room where voices speak too softly to catch the words, yet still feeling their presence in the air. The warmth rising from open doors, the shift in temperature,
You don't need to hear what they say to know that conversation has taken place. The space holds it anyway. You can lie like that now, holding a kind of listening without needing language. No translation needed. Just the quiet knowledge that movement exists, even when nothing is named. Your skin feels the difference between warmth and coolness, not as contrast, but as presence. The soft weight of blanket against thigh, the way air touches bare ankles with no intention behind it. Just contact. Even if your thoughts keep returning to a moment you can't change, whether it was spoken too late or left unsaid. You don't have to rewrite what happened. There's no need to relive it or revise it.
the night holds more than memory. It contains the space where things are allowed to stay as they are, with no correction applied. There is a rhythm in stillness that isn't made by effort. It comes from letting go of trying to make anything happen. Like watching moss grow on stone, not because you want it there, but because it's already doing so without your help. You don't need to push or pull. The body knows what to do, even when the mind doesn't. You can let thoughts drift in, like leaves caught in a current that moves only slowly, not toward anything, but simply carried by gravity and weight. No destination is required. They don't have to land anywhere. They just pass through, briefly visible, then gone again into darker water where no one sees them disappear. The edge of awareness isn't sharp or final. It bends like a curve in the earth that doesn't end at any point, but simply continues underground until it reaches another surface. You don't need to know where you are, as long as you stay within this soft boundary where nothing asks for proof of your presence. You can let your body settle deeper, not by trying harder, but by not resisting what's already happening. The muscles soften without being told to. The shoulders drop, not because they're instructed, but because their weight no longer needs support. Blood flows through veins with the same ease as water flowing downhill. No urgency, just momentum built from long before this moment. There is a kind of listening that doesn't ask anything back. It simply receives what comes. The sound of wind against window glass, not loud enough to be noticed, but still part of the atmosphere. The faint creak of wood settling in an old house. The slow shift of something shifting beneath you. The quiet hum of electricity running through walls without needing a purpose. You don't need to hear it all. You don't even need to recognize it as sound. It's just there, like warmth that isn't felt until you've stopped looking for heat. The mind keeps circling, not because it wants answers, but because it has learned to follow patterns, like birds flying in loops over land they used to know. But no one is tracking their path. No map exists to verify whether the route was correct or wasted. They fly anyway, because that's what flight feels like when there's no reason behind it. You can let your attention rest, not as a reward, but simply because it doesn't need justification. The silence isn't empty. It holds every unspoken thing, every moment too small to be remembered, every breath taken in the dark before dawn had any claim on time. There is nothing left to do except stay here without needing to become anything else. You don't have to be peaceful or calm or free of thought. You only need to remain where you are, even if that place feels like a threshold between two things: waking and not waking, presence and absence, knowing and forgetting. The air around you is thick with what has already passed. Words left unsaid, actions undone, decisions made without being named. But none of them demand correction. They're simply part of the quiet landscape now. resting like pebbles underwater, visible only by how they change the way light moves through surface. You can let your thoughts be as they are, unresolved, unfinished, unclaimed. There's no need for closure, because this isn't a story with an ending. It's not building toward anything, just being here. The shape of stillness that exists without needing to prove its existence. The body doesn't care about meaning. It only knows weight and temperature and movement through space. How it feels when limbs are free from tension. How the spine aligns when no one is watching. How breath flows through chest, not because it's perfect, but because it continues. There is a kind of rest that isn't earned. It simply happens when attention stops searching for something beyond itself. You don't need to find peace. It doesn't have to arrive in any form you recognize. The night already holds it, not as an object, not as a feeling, but as the space where nothing needs fixing. You can let your thoughts drift like dust motes caught in a beam of fading light. No one watching where they come from or where they go. Just moving through space without being asked to stay. They don't have to settle into meaning. They don't need permission to float. The air around you carries them gently, not resisting their shape or speed, as if the room itself has learned how to hold movement without needing to name it. There is a kind of stillness that doesn't come from silence but from depth. The way water holds things beneath its surface, even when there's no ripple above. You don't need to pull anything up. The past isn't waiting for you to retrieve it, nor is the future demanding your attention before it arrives. It simply exists in layers, like sediment forming over time, each grain laid down without intention or judgment. You might notice how some thoughts leave behind a trace, not in memory, not as emotion, but as a kind of pressure on the edge of awareness, like warmth lingering after something has been touched, a faint hum beneath sensation. You don't need to follow it back to its source. It isn't calling for you. It's only present because you are still awake enough to feel it, and even that is fading. The bed remembers what your body forgot.
how to lie without purpose, how to rest not as a performance, but as an act of return. The sheets aren't waiting for you to make them perfect. They don't care whether you shift or stay still. Their texture holds the shape of your weight, not because they're holding on, but because that's what fabric does when it has been shaped by time and touch. You can let your breath move through you like a current in an underground stream. Slow, continuous, carrying nothing with it except its own quiet rhythm. It doesn't need to be deep or even deliberate. The lungs don't require effort. They simply open and close, as they always have, without needing direction from the mind. There's no edge to your awareness that must remain sharp. You can let parts of yourself blur slightly, not because you're slipping away, but because attention doesn't need to stay fixed on any one thing. It can wander like a shadow across floorboards at dusk, moving where it wants without being tracked or questioned. The ceiling above you isn't holding up anything except the quiet between moments. You don't have to imagine what's behind it. The attic space, the beams, the insulation. You don't need to wonder if anyone is watching from there or listening through walls. The silence doesn't answer questions. It simply exists as a kind of presence without identity. You can allow your thoughts to remain unresolved, not because you've given up, but because they no longer matter in this moment. They aren't unfinished because they're broken. They're just uncompleted, like a sentence left mid-word on a page that will never be read aloud. The ending isn't missing, it's simply not required. There is a kind of listening that doesn't expect anything to happen next. It receives what arrives, not analyzing it, not storing it for later, but letting it pass through the way air moves through an open window without changing its nature. Sound comes and goes. A car passes far away, tires on wet pavement, the faintest vibration in floorboards. You don't have to identify it. You don't even need to notice that you've noticed. The weight of your body is not a burden. It's just what happens when gravity meets stillness. The heaviness of limbs isn't resistance. It's the natural consequence of being here, fully present, without needing to do anything with that presence. Your arms lie where they fall. Your legs rest in their own space. There's no need for alignment. because nothing is asking you to be balanced. You can let your mind return not by forcing it back, but by allowing it to drift away from the edge of wakefulness, like a boat untied at dusk, floating slowly downstream without direction or destination. It doesn't have to arrive anywhere. The current carries it not toward an outcome, but simply through time. There's no need to decide whether this is sleep or dream or something in between. You don't need to label the state you're in. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It holds all that wasn't said, all that couldn't be explained, all that never needed to be fixed, and it doesn't demand anything from you. The room isn't waiting for your approval. They only know the shape of silence now, and that shape is soft around the edges, like a blanket worn thin from use. You can let attention settle into the space between breaths, not as an effort, not as a pause to prepare for something else, but simply because there's no reason not to stay here. The moment before inhalation isn't waiting for you to fill it with meaning. It just is. There are things that happen in darkness that don't need light to be real. The slow shift of fabric across skin, the way warmth spreads from a single point without being summoned, the subtle release of tension when no one is watching. These aren't signs of progress, they're simply what happens when attention stops insisting on results. You can let your thoughts remain not as problems, but as part of the atmosphere, like distant rain that hasn't reached the ground yet, or birds flying far above without being seen. You don't need to know where they come from or why they travel. They move because it's their nature, not because you ask them to. There is no need for a reason to stay still. You don't have to earn your right to rest by finishing what the day didn't complete. The night doesn't ask you to be useful. It doesn't want you to solve anything or prove that you've done enough. You can let your mind settle, not as a victory, but as a natural state, like water finding its level when nothing is pushing it up or down. No effort required, no performance, just a quiet gathering of being without needing to become more than what already exists. Your body doesn't need to be perfect to rest. It only needs to be present. The way your back curves slightly into the mattress isn't a flaw. It's just how shape fits into space when no one is adjusting it. Your fingers don't have to do anything. They can remain as they are, relaxed and unclaimed. The air moves through you, not because you're doing something right, but simply because breathing doesn't require permission. It continues without being instructed. The same way gravity holds you down, not by force, but because that's how things behave when left alone. You don't need to be aware of your breath to let it continue. You don't have to track the rhythm or change its speed. It flows through you like a thread woven into the fabric of being, unnoticed, unclaimed, just there. There is no deadline for stillness, no scorecard that measures how long you've stayed in one place. The time between now and morning isn't measured by what you do. It's made up of quiet moments where nothing happens except existence. You can let your thoughts remain, not because they're acceptable or unimportant, but because they don't matter right now. They aren't calling for attention. They aren't demanding a response. They are simply passing through the space where awareness lives, like shadows sliding across walls when no one is home. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's not holding your thoughts hostage until you're ready. The dark doesn't care whether you've solved anything or remembered everything. It only knows how it feels to hold someone without asking them to be any particular way. You can let the weight of stillness settle deeper, not because you've tried, but because trying has stopped being necessary. Your body isn't resisting rest. It's simply allowing itself to be held by gravity and silence together. There is no need for a signal that sleep has begun. No shift in sensation or awareness that proves you're drifting. It happens not with an announcement, but quietly, like a door closing after someone walks through, leaving only the quiet of the space behind. You are held by a silence that doesn't demand anything from you. Just as your spine is cradled by the mattress, neither resisting nor adjusting, simply allowing itself to be shaped by what's beneath. The air moves in slow arcs through the room without making sound, like breath passing over something already still. You don't need to feel it to know that movement is happening. The way a shadow shifts when light changes just slightly. Not because you're watching, but because change happens, whether observed or not. Your shoulder rests at its own level now, not raised in readiness, not dropped from fatigue, but simply resting where gravity has placed it. No correction needed. The skin on your forearm feels the thin press of fabric against a space that isn't asking for anything. No warmth requested, no sensation demanded, just contact as quiet and ordinary as dust settling after air passes through.
There's nothing to be done about thoughts now. They don't need answers or endings. They drift like pollen caught in stillness, not rising, not falling, simply suspended between where they were and wherever else might come next. You're not responsible for their path. There is no map that shows how far they travel before dissolving into the dark. The edge of your blanket rests just above the curve of your ankle. Not tight, not loose, but exactly where it has settled after a long day's quiet motion. It doesn't need to be straight or tucked in. It isn't failing because it is uneven. You don't have to fix what lies against you as if it were wrong. Your hands lie on top of the blanket now, palms open not for a holding, but simply existing where they are. No gesture required. They aren't waiting to write anything down or touch something real. Their shape isn't being judged by whether it looks right in any posture. The fingers don't need to curl into a fist or stretch toward an idea. They stay as they've always stayed. Part of your body, not performing for you. The quiet hum of the house moves through walls without needing permission. Low and continuous, like something deep below the floorboards has decided to breathe slowly. You aren't required to listen or respond. It isn't speaking to you, it's just being present in a way that doesn't demand acknowledgement. Just as your heart continues beating, not because you've asked, but simply because it remembers how. You don't have to name what is happening here. Just let the sense of weight return where it belongs, deep into bone and tissue without needing explanation or proof. It's okay if you can't feel anything specific anymore. The absence of feeling isn't failure. It's just another way being settles in. The darkness has no clock inside it, not one that ticks forward with urgency or judgment. There is only the slow turn of things too quiet to measure. A breath held for longer than expected, an eyelid closing without thought,
A muscle letting go not because it was commanded, but because effort stopped being possible. There's room now in your chest, not filled by pressure, just space where air passes through like wind over open land. It doesn't carry meaning or purpose. You don't have to understand why the breath moves this way today rather than another. There is no need to trace its path from nose to lungs and back again. Your feet are warm in places you can't see. The kind of warmth that comes not from effort, but simply because circulation has returned after hours of stillness. The toes don't have to do anything except be where they've been all along, curled slightly under the sheet, resting on nothing, known only by touch and heat. You aren't being asked to clear your mind like a slate wiped clean. No ritual required, no reset button pressed. There's room for what is already there, the half-formed idea that never finished its sentence, the word you almost said but didn't need to speak out loud. These things don't have to be erased or rewritten. The ceiling above doesn't care if your thoughts are tangled or not. There's no audience up there watching from behind plaster and beams. You aren't being judged by silence because it has nothing to offer in return. You can stay where you are, not as someone who hasn't done enough, but simply as a body that is still here after the day ended, somewhere far beyond awareness. The hour isn't meant to be filled with anything, just lived through like rain, passing over grass without leaving footprints. The space around your ears feels different now, not sharp or alert, but softened by time and weight on top of you. It's not quiet because something is missing. It's quiet because everything has stopped trying to claim attention at once. Your throat doesn't need to be open for anything. No words forming, no sentences needing release. The muscles there relax into a position they've known all evening, resting between breaths, waiting without expectation for the next one to come. You don't have to believe in rest. You just are resting. No argument needed. No proof required that you deserve it or earned your way here. The corner of your vision holds darkness, not as absence, but as something full with what has passed and what hasn't yet arrived. It doesn't need names. You're not being asked to interpret it. There's nothing behind the dark except stillness, which isn't waiting for you to wake up or begin again. You can stay in this place where things don't have to make sense, where thoughts arrive without needing to be answered, and leave
without saying goodbye. The edge of your blanket no longer feels like fabric. It just is. Not an object that needs managing. Not something trying to cover anything. Just a shape on top of you, shaped by gravity and stillness rather than intention. You don't have to decide if this is sleep or not. Just let it unfold as the night does, slowly, without ceremony, without being interrupted by urgency or expectation. Your body isn't doing anything wrong. It's simply in its natural state after a long day. No correction needed. No adjustment required. Just letting go into what already exists beneath motion and thought. There is no need to feel something specific now. Just allow the feeling of not needing to do anything at all, even if that feels strange or unfamiliar. The air doesn't carry any message. It just passes through you like a thread slipping between two hands who have forgotten they're holding each other. You aren't required to know where your thoughts go when they leave. They don't need an address. There's no post office in the mind for lost sentences, unfinished plans, or unspoken words. What remains is not what was finished, but simply what has stayed behind after everything else moved on. There is room now, not because you made space, but because nothing pushed against it anymore. The dark doesn't ask questions. The stillness isn't testing anyone. Your body didn't collapse. It just chose to stay in place without needing a reason. You can let your breath return not as an act of will, but as something that has simply decided to continue, like rain falling on soil where nothing else grows. There's no need for you to be present or aware or awake. You're already here. Not by choice, not because of effort, but just the way things are when they stop trying to prove themselves. The weight of your arm lies where it fell. No longer an extension of will, but a shape made by gravity and time. settled into the bed like something that has always belonged there. It doesn't care if you're thinking or not. It just is, resting against the edge of sleep without trying to prove anything. The skin along your forearm feels warm where it presses into the sheet, less like fabric than a second layer of stillness, one that breathes with you even when you don't notice. There's no rush in the way the air moves through your chest now. Not forward or back, just passing between the edges of awareness and absence. It isn't rushing to be noticed. There's nothing urgent about the next breath, only a slow drift, like dust settling after silence has done its work. Your ribs don't open because you've decided to let go. They simply move with what is already happening, not in response, but as part of it. The sound beneath your head, just one soft hum from the walls or floorboards, doesn't need to be named. It isn't a signal or an invitation. It just exists like a memory without a source, drifting through the room without seeking anyone's attention. You don't have to listen for its beginning or end. There's no timeline attached to it. It doesn't belong to past or future, only to this moment where sound becomes part of the quiet instead of fighting against it. And when it moves on, without fanfare, without explanation, it leaves no trace except the space where it was. And that space is not empty. It holds what remains after something has passed, a kind of soft residue. Your feet don't know whether they're cold or warm anymore. Not because you've forgotten, but because they've stopped trying to decide. The sensation isn't sharp enough to demand attention. It's just there, like the feel of earth under roots that no longer need to reach for light. You aren't being asked to act on it. There's nothing to fix. No adjustment needed. The corner where your shoulder meets the pillow is not a boundary. It's just an intersection where fabric ends and skin begins, without hierarchy or purpose. The pressure there isn't measuring anything. It's simply part of how you are lying now. Not aligned with effort, but shaped by surrender. There's no posture to maintain, no alignment to correct. There is no need for your thoughts to be useful. They don't have to serve any function beyond existing in the way clouds exist, without reason or demand. Some float through and leave nothing behind except the memory of their passing. Others linger, not because they're important, but because they've settled into a rhythm that matches the quiet. You aren't being asked to watch them. You don't need to follow where they go. The mind doesn't have to be in charge. There's no one at the wheel now. Only the slow drift of awareness between what was and what hasn't yet arrived. It isn't waiting for a signal to begin again. It's simply resting. The darkness behind your eyelids is not an absence. It's a kind of presence, like the inside of a cave that has long since stopped echoing. There's no need to enter it or understand it. You don't have to explore its depth. The shape of it just is, soft-edged and unclaimed, holding space for what doesn't need names. A part of you knows this isn't about finishing anything. It never was. It's not a task with an endpoint labeled rest. It's more like letting go into something that has always been beneath the surface. The quiet after effort stops claiming attention. The mind doesn't have to be cleared. There's no need for emptiness. The air in your mouth feels different now. Not because it changed, but because you're not using it to speak or think anymore. It just passes through, like water moving over stones that don't care if they're washed clean. There's no judgment in the way it flows. No urgency about how long it takes to reach the next breath. You can let your hands remain where they are. Not folded, not clenched, not reaching for anything. Just resting on top of yourself, like two small things that have forgotten what they were meant to do. They don't need permission to be still. There's no rule saying they must serve or carry weight. The moment between breaths isn't a pause. It's its own kind of motion. It doesn't wait for you to fill it with meaning. It just is. Like the space between two notes that aren't meant to be heard, but only felt in their absence. Your skin no longer feels like armor. It's not protecting anything or resisting touch. It's simply open. Open not because you've allowed it, but because there's nothing left to defend against. The light doesn't matter anymore. The noise doesn't matter. You're not trying to keep yourself safe from what might come. There is no need for your thoughts to be yours. They don't have to belong to anyone in particular. Some arrive without a name. Others carry half words that never finish. None of them are required to stay. None need to be answered. The edge of the bed doesn't know you're lying on it. It only holds what is placed upon it, not caring if it's warm or cold, awake or dreaming. The fabric beneath your body isn't a surface for performance. It's just something that has been there all along. Accepting without demand, holding without protest. There's no need to be aware of how long you've been here. No one is timing you. There's no scorecard tracking how many thoughts have passed or whether they were useful. The night doesn't care about your progress. You can let the silence grow, not as something that fills a hole, but as something that simply exists where there was once noise. It isn't waiting for anything to return. It doesn't want you to wake up or start again. It's not a promise. It's just what happens when nothing else demands attention. Your legs don't need to be straight or relaxed. They're already in the position they've chosen, shaped by gravity and weariness rather than intention. They don't have to do anything. There is no task attached to them anymore. No goal to reach. The air doesn't carry a message. It just moves through you like something that has always passed between places without needing a reason. You aren't being asked to understand it, to interpret it, to react. It simply is part of the quiet where nothing needs to be known. A sensation drifts along your side, not sharp, not urgent, just a warmth that doesn't claim anything. It arrives and stays only as long as it wants, without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to respond to it. There's no reason for you to hold it or let it go. The space around your ears isn't tight anymore. It feels open, not because something has been removed, but because nothing is pushing in. The quiet doesn't need to be defended against. It just exists like the pause between two heartbeats, neither long nor short, just part of how things are when they stop trying to matter. You don't have to believe this is real or that it will last. You aren't being asked to trust anything. There's no requirement to feel safe or relaxed. The body doesn't need to be convinced. It already knows what it means to be still. There's no effort in the way your breath returns. Not because you've decided to, but because there's nothing else for it to do. It isn't forcing its way forward. It just happens, like roots growing underground when no one is watching. The dark behind your eyes feels like a place where time doesn't measure anything. There's no need to mark hours or count minutes. The moment you're in has no beginning or end. It simply is, without needing a name.
Your fingers don't remember what they used to do. They don't have to. They're not being asked to write, type, press, hold, reach. They can stay where they are, resting on your chest like two small things that have stopped waiting for something to happen. The air doesn't carry any message. It just moves through you as though it's never been interrupted by thought or need. It flows without resistance, without urgency.
It doesn't demand attention, only presence, like dust that arrives without sound or reason. There's no need to move it away, nor to wonder why it's there. The air beside you isn't holding its breath. It just keeps breathing in and out with the room, slow and steady, as though time has decided not to hurry past this moment. Your skin knows more than your mind does right now. How warmth spreads where fabric meets flesh. How lightness can exist even when something is heavy. The side of your face that rests against the pillow isn't being judged for its shape or stillness. It's just part of what fits into place without effort. No one asked it to be soft or firm, open or closed. It simply allows itself to be where it has been all along. There's a quiet hum behind your ears, not loud enough to claim focus, not sharp enough to interrupt, but there, because the body remembers how sound moves through space, even when no words are spoken. It doesn't need meaning. You don't have to listen for patterns or names in it. It's just another layer of silence that has learned not to ask anything. The edge where your leg meets the mattress isn't a boundary, only a point where two surfaces meet without judgment. Like how trees grow into soil and never question whether they belong. Your toes don't have stories waiting for them. They aren't tracking steps or preparing tomorrow's route. They're just there at the end of you, small and unbothered by what comes next. A thought glides through your mind, not with urgency, not as a demand, but like a leaf caught in a slow current. It drifts near, brushes against awareness, then moves on without leaving behind any trace it was ever present. You don't have to follow its path or wonder where it came from. There's no reason for you to care how far it goes. The space above your chest isn't empty. It's full of air that doesn't need anything done with it. It floats freely, not because you're breathing deeply, but because nothing is asking it to behave differently. You don't have to guide its rhythm or shape its flow. The breath just moves through the body like something already known. Outside the room, something shifts. A sound too faint to name, like wind passing through an open window without purpose. Moving not because it wants anywhere in particular, but simply because movement is what air does when left alone. The darkness behind your eyes doesn't feel cold. It feels full. Not with images or memories, but with a kind of quiet that has grown thick and soft over time. Like velvet laid down on the floor of an old hall where no one walks anymore. No light needed to be turned off. The space already held this stillness before you arrived. A thread of warmth unspools along your arm. Thin, not urgent, like sunlight caught in a forgotten corner. It doesn't ask for attention or response. You don't need to trace it back to its source or wonder why now. It exists only as sensation, soft and brief, moving through skin without intention. The air near your temple isn't pressing against you. It just sits there, steady and unclaimed by thought, not waiting for a problem to solve, not keeping track of time, not reminding you of anything that's been left undone. It simply remains, like water in a quiet well where no one has come to draw. Your eyelids don't need permission to stay closed. They've already chosen this state without resistance. They aren't resisting the dark. They're just allowing it to be what it is. There's nothing waiting behind your thoughts. No outcome you must reach. No moment of clarity that depends on how long you remain here. The silence isn't a task to complete or an obstacle to overcome. It doesn't need to end for anything else to begin. There's only the feeling of being held, not by hands, not by promises, but by the quiet understanding that you're already in the right place. The shape your body takes on the bed isn't important. It's just how gravity settles things when no one is pushing back. No posture needs fixing. Nothing has failed or succeeded because of it. You aren't being measured against any standard, not even one inside yourself. A sound comes from far away, not loud enough to break through this moment, but soft enough that you notice its absence more than its presence. It doesn't need a name. There's no reason to ask what caused it. The room still holds the quiet after it fades. No hole left behind, just continued peace. The fabric against your back isn't resisting anything. It hasn't been worn thin or stretched out by effort. It simply lets you rest, as though it has always known how this would be. A place where no one arrives with demands. Your fingers don't need to curl or uncurl. They're already in the position they've taken, not because of intention, but because they've stopped needing to do anything else. The weight on your chest isn't burden. It's just part of what happens when nothing asks you to lift it away. The air doesn't carry a message, nor does it need to. It moves through you like water moving under roots that have long since forgotten where the surface is.
Your breath returns not because you're trying, but because there's no other place for it to go. There's nowhere left to push toward or pull from. The next inhale isn't earned. It just happens, as though time itself has paused briefly so something can exist without effort. A faint sound of the house settling, wood creaking in a way that doesn't mean anything, arrives and lingers only long enough to be felt before dissolving into silence again. No need to track it or wonder why it happened now, when you're not listening for signs anymore. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of stillness so deep it no longer feels like absence. It's the kind of quiet where even memory doesn't call out. There's no echo left in this room because nothing has asked to be remembered. Your shoulders don't carry anything, no tension, no weight from decisions made or postponed. They're just resting on air and bed, not trying to hold themselves up against a world that isn't here anymore. The darkness doesn't need your attention. It's already there without you having done anything special. It hasn't come because of sleep, nor will it stay after waking. It simply is what happens when nothing else demands space in the mind. You don't have to make sense of this moment. You aren't being asked to understand how or why things feel like this. There's no need to explain them away or hold on to any part of the feeling. The silence doesn't wait for you to arrive. It already exists, waiting only so that you might notice it without needing anything from it in return. There are no instructions hidden beneath these words, only permission. Not to act, but simply to be. Not to fix what's broken or finish what was started, but just to stay where you've been all along, resting on the edge of thought like something too soft for any kind of effort. The air doesn't move in response to your wishes. It flows whether you notice it or not. It has no reason to speed up or slow down because of how tired you are. There's no race between breath and rest, only their quiet coexistence, as if they've always been together. You don't have to decide what happens next. There's no need to prepare or protect yourself from anything. The body already knows how to let go, long before the mind learned to stop chasing. The dark behind your eyes isn't holding its breath. It's just letting you be, as though time has agreed not to push forward until something else decides it's ready. Something shifts beneath the surface, not a sound, not a movement, but a soft rearrangement of stillness that doesn't announce itself. The weight on your limbs isn't heavy anymore. It's just there, like sediment settling into place after water has stilled. You don't have to carry it or release it. There is no action required, because the moment has already accepted what you are and where you've come to rest. Your skin doesn't feel cold or hot. It just holds its temperature as if it knows exactly how long this pause should last. And that's enough. There's a faint hum in the walls, not from machinery, not from power lines, but like something old and slow breathing through the bones of the house. It comes up through the floorboards, rises gently into your spine, then settles again without asking for response. You don't need to label it or match it with memory. It's just a tone that lives in space between things, not meaning anything but existing as proof that quiet can hold more than silence alone. Your thoughts still arrive, some floating in like water through cracks in stone, but they no longer carry urgency. They drift past without knocking, without trying to claim your attention. There's no need to push them away or welcome them back. One thought lingers only long enough to be noticed before it dissolves into the air between breaths. Not because you let it go, but because there's nowhere left for it to land. A warmth pools behind your knees, gentle, unobtrusive, like sunlight remembered in a room where no sun has touched in years. It doesn't spread or demand notice. It just sits there, part of the body's quiet acknowledgement that rest is not temporary, not provisional, but real and complete in its own right. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It breathes with you. It's not waiting for anything, not wakefulness, not memory, not arrival. The edge of your blanket presses lightly against your ankle, just enough pressure to remind you that fabric exists and that touch still has a place in this kind of quiet. You don't have to shift or adjust.